Hello, hello. Do. Turn on this. Too loud. Too loud. Okay, that's perfect. Switch it over. Hold on. Hey guys. I okay, number one, I'm trying to figure out what this transaction is on my banking app. I don't know if I can. I'll have to ask my fiance about that. Okay, but I uploaded yesterday's VOD to YouTube, right? And it got copyright struck for the Elder Scrolls music, but only at like minute number 3. So during the 10-minute intro. So they don't seem to have a problem if I'm speaking over it. They do seem to have a problem if I'm not speaking over it, which, makes sense. But the video is too long to trim out the segment or to mute it. So if I wanted to fix it, I'd have to edit it out, just like mute 3 minutes, and then upload the entire thing again. I don't know what to do. Hey guys. Also, I got a Fitbit. It's a Fitbit Charge 6, and this one's pretty fun. But I tested it last night while sleeping. You guys are gonna like this. It's pretty funny. Actually, let me upload it. Let me get a screenshot, please. There we go. This way we can pull it up on the computer. Record yourself singing over the music. Oh god. Which video? It was yesterday's VOD. The entire VOD. Just because we had Elder Scrolls music. Wait, hold on, I need to open up OBS on this computer. I always forget to do that. Open up Discord. Okay, that's open. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean anything because we're not monetizing that video anyway. It's just if we ever do have the ability to monetize, throw in some ads to make some money for development, I wouldn't be able to on those videos. But I mean, overall, our views are looking pretty good. Like everything looks fine. I've just been testing some different stuff with the copyright, but like none of these. Oh wait, hold on. I'm still on this one. Switch over that. Like none of these are getting claimed. Ever since switching how we've been doing stuff. So it's just this is Dragon's Dogma. It doesn't matter. But yeah, for yesterday there was a claim on it. But overall, it's doing well. Doing well. Yeah, let me show you guys my sleeping quality. Okay, so this was my sleep from last night. And this was a pretty good night, actually. 26 times restless, though. This is what I've been trying to tell you guys. Like, I move around. I cannot. And it's like, it's consistent, too. Like, I don't have problems falling asleep. I get good amount of sleep. The awake, I just needed a drink. So this one was like, okay, it's whatever it is, but that's good. 26 times restless? That doesn't seem good. And this was a pretty good night for me. Sad Unicorn Kitty, this doesn't bode well about your sleeping habits if you think this is good. I think you might be in a bit of a worse situation. Ricola. Tasty. I have seizures. Well, that is definitely worse. I hope you have medicine or something for that. Ugh, fucking sleeping, man. I don't know. I envy people who can just sleep. I wonder if it shows my heart rate too. I can show you guys my heart rate. Yeah, seizures do not sound fun, to say the least. The heart rate. On to yesterday. This was yesterday. This is today. You guys can judge my heart. I'm actually on new meds, my other seizure meds now at night. I can sleep so much better. That's really great. See, the seizures at night just sounds really fucking scary. Oh fuck, I just closed. God damn it. Okay, so this is yesterday's. This is when I got it, when I got home. I don't know why I was so high. This spike is when I played old school RuneScape and was trying a new boss. That was pretty difficult. This was me calming down after the boss. I think this was when I was like cooking. I was moving around a bit here. I was like cooking. And then I was, you know, calming down for bed. So that's not too bad, I don't think. What's funny though is that this is today's so far. This is when I had it off here for shower. So that's why you see that. And then this is me walking to work. And then this is like right now. Funny though, playing a game gets my heart rate almost as high as exercise. Which I suppose is exercise, right? It is cardio. But it's also making me relax, so I actually move less too. My muscles aren't tense for once. Or it looks like my mornings after I take my ADHD meds. What, with the high spike? Or you have high spike before the meds and then it relaxes afterwards. Okay, what are we doing? Map. Should just have it load up the prototype map. I sit and my heart rate is at 100. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Right now I'm at 92. But I am like talking, so I don't know. 88, whatever. Apparently I burn like 200 calories on my walk to work. Doesn't seem possible, but I don't know. Sorry for falling asleep. Have a good stream? Yeah, no worries. Sleep well. In the morning I have high spike until night, then I'm at 60 to 80. 60 to 80 sounds lovely at night. I don't think I could ever get down to 60. You know how some of those YouTubers do the if my heart rate gets too high, something bad happens challenge? And then they put it like at 90? It's like, bitch, I'm at 90 right now. Bad things are already happening. Okay, project settings, maps, let me do editor default map. We can do as the prototype map. Yeah. Okay, should we switch it to daytime? The fucking cat. Do. Make this a little bit smaller too. So we do have some desert environment objects, some like stylized desert objects, and we could put it. Okay, I have to do it because you guys are doing it now. Go. We could just quickly fill out some of this stuff with like cacti, and whatever the fuck. I don't know. I would feel better if this was finished, and I don't know what we're gonna do here. Probably just a little like meadow. Well, that's not a challenge. I actually can't have caffeine in the day because of my meds. I do think I have a bit too much caffeine at times. But I mean, like, I don't really drink caffeine anymore, right? So, you know, what it is. None of it. Don't look. Stylized desert environment meshes. We have some bones. Some bones, we have some rocks. Let's see how these rocks look. Oh, these rocks look so much better than all the other ones from yesterday. Okay, except for like this one. This one actually looks kind of decent, but it's not stylized. Hey, I used to cycle the campus with a lousy bike daily, and once I tried the cycling machine in the gym, it was so easy in comparison. So I went full throttle and the machine kept beeping. I think you can increase the resistance on the biking machines though. Because usually they're pretty low because people are kind of pussies about it, but if you can increase the resistance. My physical health hates so many drinks. I can only drink water, tea, whole milk, chocolate milk. Jesus. I mean, to be fair, you can have water, you can have chocolate milk. It could be worse. It could be worse. You at least have a life with chocolate milk. But it's max. Jesus, Horkog. What do you have, like legs of like a bodybuilder? Jesus. What is the shadow map on that? Looks so weird. Am I crazy? There's something weird with that, but it doesn't matter. Life would be worse without chocolate milk. Yeah, it would. So when I was cycling on my lousy bike, my heart rate must have been at a dangerous level. Oh, jeez. Machined hearts. Welcome. Hey, what are you making? I am making the prototype level for our game, Cauldron Chronicles. Right now, I'm checking out these rocks because we imported some rocks yesterday, and they look kind of they look bad, to say the least. So I have these rocks, which do fit our style a lot better, and I think I'm going to use these instead. But we've got a good portion of the rest of the game. Rock and stone. We got a good portion of the map already finished and, you know, modeled out, but we need to add foliage, we need to add rocks, we need to give it some life. Just put a bit more effort into the feeling of it. And then we can start to actually, you know, like, play around in it and add some mini games for different activities and things like that, different things to find. I actually like how our horizon looks. It looks pretty good. I mean, we kind of do the old school technique of just putting mountains around the edge of the playable map so that the player can't go past them. But it does work. What do we have here? We have some big rocks. We could, like, utilize these too. Like the curvy trees. They're kind of fun. I kind of wish there was a little bit more variety in the types of trees and the textures, but they're forever stuck in a dance. Yeah, they are. Well, the cool thing is we actually have a lot of desert stuff that we can put down. Look at all this stuff. We have a whole bunch of plants. We have a lot of cacti. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. And we have a lot of rocks. But I'm probably gonna put the rocks into the foliage system, maybe. That way they have, they'll coal at a certain distance. Desert plants are my favorite. Yeah, I really love arid regions. I really like cacti and just raising keeping cacti. I can thrive on digital. It's true. Let's add in these. I think we can just add static meshes directly, right? We might do some of these by hand, but some of these small ones we can put in directly. Yeah, okay, paint. It's too many racks. Hold on, it's... Yeah, how do you guys feel? Is this enough rocks for our desert, do you think? Does this look good? Jesus Christ. The fact that that didn't crash is pretty impressive, actually. I kind of want the same density as these bushes, maybe a little bit less. Let's see, density 0.05, wait, 0.5. That will help at least to start. Yeah. Radius should be fine. Well, we can do like 20, just to give them a little bit of distance between each other if they spawn close. Scale X, let's do 0.5 to 3. Z offset minimum -2, minimum -15. Why? Okay, maybe this needs to be -15. This should help place them in the ground a bit so they won't appear like they're hovering over the areas that they're in. We could actually make it a bit more than -2, couldn't we? Yeah, we can make it a bit more than -2. Let's do -10. Because, like, the sand blows around, so they're gonna get buried, right? That's a bit better. Align to normal, sure. Random yaw. Ground slope angle or a pitch angle. And cold distance, we'll do minimum 0, max 50,000. And that'll be the same as the bushes. So whenever the bushes are cold due to distance, so will the rocks. We could actually even do a little bit less. We could do like 35,000. That way if we place them down, we should see them disappear, yeah, at about here. You know what? No, I'm gonna boost it back up to 50,000. Cast shadow. Collision, we do want block all. Density scaling, no. HLOD, no. Looks good. First, let me delete these other rocks, because I just don't like them. Dude, this song always goes hard. Okay. Try to paint some in, and we will just see where they land. That looks pretty good, I think. Did any of them get placed up here? Doesn't look like it, which is okay. Yeah, I'll take it. You know, because we're going to be putting cacti in here too, so I think this is a pretty good smattering for those. Let's add in the... Here's the thing, we can't add the cacti just throw in the static mesh, right? We have to create the... If we want it to be a harvestable material, which I think we would want some of these cacti to be, or these plants, then we need to create the interactable blueprints for those. So, but we can do like the dead branches, some of the trees maybe, the dead trees. I think some of these ones we could do. And let's see. Yeah, let's do these as well. Okay. Let's turn off these rocks. Select these. Density 0.005. Radius 20. Scale X, let's do 0.8 to 2. Z offset -5. Hey, Datu. Align angle. We won't align to normal on those, actually. Well, no, we'll align normal. Distance, collision presets, block all. No HLOD. Alright, let's try painting these in. Okay, that helps. Looks nice. Do we see any obvious problems like this? Actually, they aren't touching each other. So you know what? I like it. Unique. Yeah, that looks good. As long as nothing is getting placed in the water here, which we just gotta make sure to check each time. Cactus almost kissing. No, it's pretty lewd. Guys, don't look. Don't look, okay? Not allowed. Gonna get me banned. Breaking TOS. Hey, Crossroads. Yeah, what happened here? Why is the water above? Huh? It wasn't like that before. The fuck? What happened? It's better. My cacti breed like rabbits. I need a new pod for them. So many of them are starting to push my other cacti. Holy shit. I try to raise cacti here in Poland, but I think that I think their soil's bad or something. I don't know. Price of snapegrass seeds went up. Snapegrass went down, so it's not really profitable anymore. How much is snapegrass down? Cause maybe I'll buy some for pots. It's actually still kind of up if you compare it to like the last quarter. Should have bought it here. Rip. By the way, those prices there are the ones that show on RuneLight. Guys, do we want these rocks to stay kissing, or should we separate them? Reminder to move? I can't move right now, watch, I'm streaming. Fuck off. Lover stones. I wonder if I could get a little heart mesh and put it here. Wait, let's see. Free OBJ, free 3D, heart. Why does it take so long to search? Search. Yes, it will. It will, but we have to make them the same way that we did yesterday with the interactable system. So the ones that we want, whatever. The ones that we want the player to be able to harvest are the ones that we need to include there. The fuck? Princess Vanellope von Schweetz. Huh? Should we add the 2016 custom Land Rover Range Rover Sport to Cauldron Chronicles? those are realistic looking hearts. I just need $5 for that. It'll be the famous stones like that one kissing stone in that place. That one kissing stone, which one? Simple, royalty-free, no license. Okay. Download. Please wait 15 seconds. Character from Wreck-It Ralph. I never saw Wreck-It Ralph. Which is, I guess, maybe something I shouldn't admit, because it is about games, but... A lot of animated films for me just kind of really went downhill at a certain point. I want to log in. I want to download it. Maybe, wait. I do have apps. Asset Forge. I will make one in Asset Forge. We'll make a heart. I forgot the name. I think it's in Ireland or Scotland. That narrows it down. I'm just messing with you. Okay, let's see. How can we make a good-looking heart? Fortunately, I don't think there's a heart primitive. Okay, we need a tip for the heart. What were the... what is the duplicate button? I always forget how to duplicate in this. Oh, okay, Control D. There we go. Many people go there to kiss the rock. Oh, they kiss the rock. They don't kiss each other in front of the rock. Control D. Okay, there we go. Getting used to a new monitor, it's fucking my eyes a bit and everything is really small. You can change the, because it might have auto set some of the DPI settings. I believe in display settings in... Yeah, here you can adjust the scale and layout. So it sometimes it sets it to really small. You can boost it up a bit. Okay. It's gonna look kind of bad. Oh, okay. And then we will put a big old box right in the center. Wait. Okay, perfect. And then we will make it red. Actually, it should be fine. It'll just be, I'll just make a red material in Unreal. Export model. Format, yeah, preset. Unreal, FBX, merge blocks. Should be good. Art. Let's see. Content, alchemy. Proto heart. BX. Fine. There, are we happy, chat? Mission accomplished. Okay, let's make it nice and red. New material, M art. Metallic, specular. Oops, 5. Give it just a little bit of a sheen. It's beautiful. Perfect. Oh, that was worth it. That was worth it. Should probably give us some collision. Simplified box. Go. Oh, do these rocks actually have collision? We can test it. Oh my god, these are actually pretty big. Every time I think about the scale in this game, I always get it wrong. It gives me a lot more appreciation for level designers and level artists, to be honest. Having to constantly think about the scale of things. We could just increase the character size too. I might do that. I might just increase the character size by like 1.5 or something. Babies in a big world. That's what I'll tell publishers. I'm like, oh, you start the game as a baby, so that's why everything is bigger. Like, what? Okay, yeah, it all is collision. That's good. Even the water has collision. Look at that. Praise Jeebus. Splash. Yeah, it would be really nice if we could make some swimming, but man, I do not know. I'll have to talk to some programmer friends about that. Unless they're in chat right now. No, he's not. Not busy. He's got full-time work. So he can pop in sometimes, but usually can't. Alright, I think that covers it for non-interactable or non-interactive foliage here in the desert. We could still add some like rocks to the rest of the world too. Yeah, we'll do that because then that'll kind of cover all of the non-interactive props that we want in the gameplay, and then we can just work on interactive props. So, hand placing all of the ingredients that we want the player to find and to harvest. That would be nice. All right, let's find some rocks then. Let's find some Rockies. Advanced Village Pack. This does have some stones, but they kind of look poo-poo. I think we'll stick to the rocks from the Dreamscape series just because it matches the style of the rest of the game. Those are Dreamscape, meshes, stones. Yeah. Okay. Foliage. Actually kind of hard to do on one monitor. I wish you could make like foliage like folders in here. It's kind of annoying that you can't. I don't know. Maybe there is a way to do it. You know, I'm kind of curious, actually. UE5 foliage folders. Foliage tool, how to organize. Your zone folder, remove all foliage. Landscape grass system. Oh. Yeah, it would be nice to have like groups though of foliage where I could just click one group for like the desert, right? And I could just paint all the desert assets with the right settings. Maybe we'll get something like that eventually. Pebbles, dense stone, scattered stone. Guys, do we want to add in the floating island? See this? I mean, it's just a rock. Help! Get me down! Okay, let's see the rocks. Rock large foliage. Okay, now we want these to be rather spread apart. Not very dense at all. I would say the density even lower than this. Oh, the bar. Okay, yeah. Now I know what that is, yeah. Barney Store or Blarn? I don't know. I know what you mean though now. 0.001 radius will do 100. It's really loud, Skyrim. You gotta relax a bit. Scale we can do between 0.5 and 2. Uniform scaling, yeah, that's fine. Z offset we'll do -10 and -2. Align to normal, yes, sure. Random yaw, yes. Collision presets, block all. Include an HLOD, no. However, I'm going to select just the 2 pebbles. I'm going to turn off the collision on those. So I don't know what it'll look like, and it might just look these. So no collision on those. Okay, let's try pulling up the tool size or paint density down a bit. That is including the yeah, that might not be dense enough. That's too dense. It's a bit better. Especially if we just kind of go over areas once. I wish I could turn off the viewing of all the trees. I wish I could just turn off all the trees for temporarily. How could I do that? You know how I could do it with landscape layers, which I didn't set up. I'm stupid. Oh well, okay. We're just gonna hope for the best then. We'll just kind of go slowly, then, you know, at some point we will just go through all of this area and adjust any weird placement of things. I didn't set their cold distance. Fine. They don't have a lot of polys anyway, so. Okay. Bit big. I think the player can really see them back here, but yeah, fine. It's fine. Christ. Let's select everything. Let's do erase, and let's just touch up any issues that we find. Let's do a full screen on this. There we go. Yeah, issues like this. Let me make that tool a bit smaller. Okay, well, I wanted to delete the rock, but okay. Where'd I go? Okay, the rock is, I don't know. Whatever. We're not gonna catch all the problems, but at least we can catch some of the more obvious ones. I'm actually okay with that kind of pushing into the road a bit. Pixel Chic TV, I have a question for you. Is it possible to have multiple collisions on a single sprite in Unreal by default? Hello. How you doing, by the way? Map looks pretty. Thank you. I'm doing well. Hope you are too. Possible to have multiple collisions on a single sprite. Do you mean sprite or mesh? Like, are you working with paper 2D or are you working with something 3D? Although I will preface this by saying that what you're asking is not my area of expertise, but I will try my best to answer it. Do we want the rock or the tree here? I kind of want to get rid of the tree, but we'll see. How deep does this rock go, by the way? Oh, it goes pretty deep. Oh, let me see. There we go. I'm having a problem with the game I'm working on. I don't care if I use sprites or meshes, but collisions in Unreal make me sad. Explain the issue a bit more. What do you need the multiple collisions for? Or do you just need one? Do you really just need one working collision and you have to solve it by adding multiple collisions? Ugh. Let me get rid of this tree. Also a tree inside. There we go. Can I show you a quick video so you know what I'm working with? Yeah. Yeah, if you like throw it up on YouTube or something or any site, I can pull it up on stream. It's fine. Oop, got another. Trees inside of rocks. Go. Ew. Gross. Look at this. Bad tree. This one too, kind of. Get rid of that one. Kinda happening here as well. These ones look okay. That one does not. That one does not. Yeah, they should not be growing on the side of the rock here. We'll get rid of these two. This is just a basic block cut, obviously, but when it comes to the full level, I want different physics. Okay, let me see what's we're looking at. I like this. This is fun. They've done a really good job with this. It reminds me of, oh, I forget the name of it. It's not Long Way Up or something. The one with the guy in the cauldron with the hammer. I forget the name of that. Yeah, so are you working with sprites? Are you working with paper 2D? Or are these planes? I'm very curious what you're doing with it. Getting over it, that's what it is. Thank you, Flofish, for that. Basically, the friction for the physics is in the material, but to have material types on a single object, it's difficult. My goal is to use sprites. Friction. Okay, so you want to have different physical materials on them. But you should be able to apply different physical materials to each object. Material types. Friction for the... So do you want to change... Not to a sprite. So tell me what you want to happen. So you want to at some point change the physical material for one of the sprite materials, right? In that screenshot you're on, okay, yeah. That sticky output near the seat is a metal rail. Okay, here, like, connecting that rail goes into a rock. Oh, wait, okay, wait, okay, I see here, okay, I see. Yeah, you're right, because it's all blocked out, yeah. So this is a rail, but this is one sprite, and you can't have multiple material, like layers. Because of course with, you know, any other like mesh or whatever, like these trees for instance, right? Need a fucking tree. Let me pull the tree. Actually, might be in this. No, that's one element. Well, you can see here, right? You have like multiple elements, right? That take up different slots. So you can't do that with sprites at all. Let me pull up one that actually has it. The tree, for instance, you have two elements. Nope, and the other issue is that for some reason sprite collision is so much better than mesh collision for some reason. Well, I think because sprite collision does it based on the vertices, whereas if you wanted to do that with... Well, if you wanted to use the collision from Unreal, you'd have to do like convex collision, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Ideally, you make the collision in the modeling software itself. Okay, so let's think here. Let me make a sprite. I'm just curious what it looks like comparatively. Paper 2D sprite. What does additional textures do? You can add elements. I don't know what they apply to. If you try convex, it really is unreliable. It like kind of works for some things and then doesn't for others. It's what would be the way around this? The physical material is different to the visual, yeah. But you apply the physical material to the visual material, though, don't you? If I recall correctly, and I could be wrong. Like in the material itself, you apply, yeah, over here you have the physical material. You can. But the sprite doesn't have materials, right? It just has one material, but you can have multiple textures. Okay. The issue is you're using the sprite because it has a lot of benefits for like collision, but you can only have one material. So I guess the only solutions you would have are making separate sprites for the different areas. Millions of sprites, that's one. Or use 3D meshes and constrain the player's playfield to the 2D. In which case you'd end up with like a 2.5D game, which would probably visually make your game a lot more difficult to play. It is an organizational mess, yeah. It's also just, I think, more annoying to deal with. No other way to do that. But you can add multiple sprites to... Can you like organize sprites into one sprite object? Can you make like a blueprint of sprites or whatever? I have not worked with Paper 2D that much, unfortunately. Or no, the 3D meshes just don't work because of unreliable, yeah. I don't know if it's possible, because I saw here like sprite list. I don't know if you can like drag in multiple sprites into something. It's possible. Because then at least maybe you could make the you can make each like section of this into its own one object or whatever. Can you construct them in blueprints? That is, I am wondering about that. I think you can put Paper 2D in an actor blueprint. Sprite, paper sprite. So maybe. You can make a parent blueprint with sprite layers and toggle the visibility off on just the collision layers. I wonder if there's another way too. Yeah, maybe. And that way you could then organize them into, I don't know, like levels, and then inside that you have folders for each group, and then inside those you have all of the different like the blueprints for it and stuff. Full sprite will be visible with no collision. Then I just add 4 to 5 other versions of the same sprite on top of each other. At least then I can move them as one, organize them as one. Yeah, maybe that would work. it would still be kind of an organizational nightmare, but at least then you could have one organization for your sprites, and then you can have an organization for your levels and the blueprints of sprites. Well, yeah. Did you do all the coding for this little unicycle yourself? Yeah, it's tiny. Really nice. How do you control it? That's cool. That's cool. Fun to watch. That's the entire code. Damn, bro. Interesting. You do like impulses and stuff on that? Yeah, really nice. Really cool. It's definitely I'll tell you that's definitely fewer blueprints than like my alchemy table. That makes me feel bad that maybe my alchemy table isn't as optimized as I thought it was. It's just left and right to rotate the wheel, AD to add torque to the body. Okay. So it's kind of got like the simplicity and controls of like QWOP almost. Which is a good thing, right? The fewer buttons means the more accessible it is, in my opinion. Space to compress the two parts together, let go of space and separates it. Fucking awesome. You ever get anything playable? Like if you get a first level, I'd love to test that out. And I know some other people in our Discord would love to as well. Yeah, this is my alchemy table, and we have I don't want to look at some of the blueprints for this fucking shit. Unorganized mess. Oh. Basically nearly there already. I just need to build the actual map, which is the trouble I'm running into. Yeah. Well, hopefully, oops, sorry, update you guys. Hopefully the blueprint idea does succeed. We will see. Otherwise, there are some really competent programmers on my Discord, like some colleagues of mine, and they might be able to give you some good advice on that. Because I'm a designer by nature, but they are coders. They are absolute nerds. So yeah, that's a smart way to look at it. Damn it, get out of there. Oh, I wanted that rock though. Okay, there we go. Let's get rid of this rock. Jesus, I feel like I wrote one. Yeah, they do. I mean, I really should have just placed them all down on their own, like as one. But the world map is small enough that doing this separately is not, it's not too big of a deal. And we're going to be placing the ingredients, you know, the interactive material meshes by hand, so we shouldn't run into this issue with them. It's just kind of outside of the play area anyway. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Here, don't see any major issues. Looks fine. We'll get rid of that one and this. Oh, I should say, last night, I don't know if any of you guys are watching it, but I watched the first episode of Solo Leveling, and it's pretty good. Quite nice. I like the idea. There are a lot of things that I can appreciate from the Korean perspective on that. Because, you know, it's at a certain point I kind of get tired of seeing school-age kids in everything. It's kind of nice to see actual adults. So yeah, it was pretty cool. Looking forward to the second episode. The rocks over here look pretty decent. I was thinking this morning too that we should take these crystals down here in the cave and make them into like harvestable ingredients. So I would just kind of replace the ones that are here with harvestable ones. Thought that could be pretty fun. We need to make the cave look better anyway. Doesn't hit the ceiling, does it? No, we're okay. He's become the gem collector. Actually, that would be pretty cool if they, if you could trade them for quite a bit of gold, but they were also useful materials. Would add a bit of choice how you want to utilize them. I think we're pretty good with our rocks. I don't see any more issues, but if we run across anything, we'll just make mental note of it and fix it up. But I think it looks pretty good. Adds a bit more to see here. Hopefully we didn't add any along the pathways that we don't want. Okay, I did want to fix that one issue with the crows at nighttime. Right now they look really terrible nighttime. Yeah, it must be an issue with emissiveness. I don't know why that pack gave everything some emissive quality. Very obnoxious. Oh boy. I have not messed with particle effects in years. Required mesh data. SM Crow plane. It doesn't help. Yeah, where does it actually control the material? Crow. Texture crow. Material crow. Emissive color. Just unhook emissiveness. Maybe that'll work. Okay, it looks like it's fixed it. And how does that look during the day? Yeah, that's fixed it. Problem solved. Yeah, that looks nice. How do they look during the rain? Thunderstorm. Man, the thunderstorms really do look cool. Those cloud cards just... They don't look the greatest during certain weather, do they? That is really loud. My lord, is that loud. That is really bright. Sound effects, rain volume, and volume. I can set them down to like 0.3 for now. At least for testing, right? That should make them a bit more reasonable. Oh, dude, I love the lighting effects with that. That looks pretty cool. Wondering if it's possible to use ray traced collision. That is beyond my knowledge, unfortunately. I apologize for that. Let's work on the foliage, or let's actually just see what we have. Because we have the bushes, we have the flowers. And if we need to change anything related to our available ingredients, we can do that. It's all good, you know a lot more than me, I'm a newbie. Nah, we're all noobs at something, right? Like, I don't know anything related to, like, the art side of things. I can't draw, I can't model. I can just make systems. Or at least working on this game is giving me a lot of incentive and opportunity to expand my knowledge. Are you a hobbyist or just a professional dev, or like an aspiring professional dev kind of situation? I've noticed on here that there are a lot of there's a lot of hobbyist developers on Twitch streaming game dev, which is pretty cool. You can draw. I'm telling you, I can't draw. You want to see what I can draw? And this was me trying. That is what I can draw. That is a cat. Nearly 40 years old, I'm gonna leave work and start game dev. Oh, cool. Best of luck. That sounds kind of scary. What kind of what kind of job in game dev are you hoping to get? What's the goal of where you're gonna start? I just want to do indie solo games. Well, the first one you're working on definitely has potential, I'll tell you that. Because it looked pretty fun to watch as well, which is a big plus. I don't like where we place our foliage. We place it in ingredients. I kind of want to move it to the foliage folder. Fix up redirectors. Please don't crash, okay. Okay, in foliage we'll do like core, and fortunately there's one based on that game with even more potential, but I'd hate myself. Like based on the unicycle kind of thing. I think in many cases players just prefer what's better. Even if there are multiple options of what to play, players are just going to play what's better. So focus on just making yours good. Charge a fair amount of money, like, I don't know, few bucks maybe, or unless you have, tons of levels or something. And I think it'd be fine. You can always try to hit up like some indie publisher as well, just to have them help out with marketing if you're not afraid of losing out on some of the sales. I was thinking of a mobile game version of it that was just dropping you on the rotating log and you have to stay on for as long as possible, kind of like a Flappy Bird thing. Okay. That could be fun. The mobile game market is, it's. I have one friend who released a game on the Android market, and Man, the stories he told me, not great. But it would be good experience to at least put something on there so that you know how to do it in the future. Foliage. I want to organize them in here by type, or do I want to do it? How do I want to do this? We could do it. We could do it individually. Do pink flowers. Flowering bush. Try and stick it on Steam too for free just to see people like the balancing idea. Yeah, that's a smart idea. It will cost $100 to go on Steam, but at least having the free game will bring people in because it's a free game. You're going to get players of it. And those people will also, you know, I'll put it this way, like, if you go to your library, you go to your home, you have some stuff about, like, what's new. And if they've downloaded your free game, you can push an announcement to everybody to announce your new game so that you basically have some free marketing based on that. It's a smart move. Hey, if you like this game, here's my new one. Bush. We'll fix up the redirectors afterwards. I'm gonna delete this test actor. You know what? Let me make a core folder. We'll recolor this. That way we can put in the core stuff like this into there. Gradient mesh, EPL. What do you want? Reminder to move. No, I'm not moving. Tap it. Watch. My watch keeps wanting me to exercise, but it's like, I'm not fucking working. What do you want from me? Okay, fix up those redirectors. Flowering bush, move here. Pink flowers here. Yeah, that works. Okay. So we'll do it this way. We'll make folders for each individual harvestable ingredient. And then we'll put all of the stuff in there. Just like this. That looks better. Then we really have to, we also have to organize this one day. Because this just looks trash. One day. Maybe we can do the desert first, just because it's a much smaller region. It'd be kind of fun. And we won't worry too much about the ingredients that we currently have. I'll worry more about the ingredients that we have assets for. And that way we can just kind of, we'll ensure that all of the ingredients we can just completely wipe free the spreadsheet, right? We'll just delete everything here if we need to and remake it using new ingredients. It's gonna, it sucks. It kind of took us a couple days to put all this together, but it's fine. Fine. Some of that was also making the export script work, and the export script does work, so we would just, we at least wouldn't have to do that over again. Content, stylized desert environment. What do we have available to us? We have some flowers. I don't really know. Those meant to just go on the ground? We can make them bigger. It just also seems a bit weird that they're just supposed to sit there. I mean, you know what? Who cares anyway, right? It'd be pretty cool to have some maybe some big structure like this in one of the corners or something where we can place a whole bunch of the the flowers like growing on it. Like that. It'd be pretty cool. And then we'll place like a bunch of smaller ones or something. You guys know what I'm going for. And so that when like the player harvests the big one, you can still see some smaller ones, so it doesn't look visually unappealing, but you'll know too that you can't, you've already harvested the big one. I like that idea. We have some of these plants. They're kind of small. Why'd you put me all the way over here? Okay, so we'll give it a shot. I don't think these flower at all. We could just make these into normal foliage, or we could make them something that the player harvests. We have quite a few of them here. Let's make some. Okay, content, alchemy, foliage. Let's see. Well, we can always rename it if we need to. So for now, we'll just call it like red desert flower. I think there was a blue and a green one. Blue desert flower. Let me check. Let me see. You know what? I could just. Can I keep a copy of the content browser? Oh yeah, I can. Look at that. I'm gonna put that on my other monitor for a sec. Okay, there's a... Yeah, there's like a green one with red... Oh, wait, there's a... Yeah, but I don't think that's a flower, is it? We could do it if we wanted. We have multiple plants like this. We have like blue, green, purple. Kind of hard to see. Like a purple one. Then a green one with red ends. Purple desert flower. We don't need to use all of them, but it would be, if we have them, we might as well try to make use of as many as seems reasonable. Just a prototype anyway, none of these are going to be in the final product. Alright, maybe I can pull in... Can't make a child here, can I? Oh, I should be able to. BP ingredient mesh. We'll do... Look, I don't remember what I named it. BP underscore ingredient mesh underscore, and then the name. Ingredient mesh. Blue desert flower. And we would only need one mesh of that at least for now. Yeah. And then we need the collectible ingredient. Collectible ingredient. Blue desert. Foliage, actor foliage. I'm gonna copy the same settings from flowering bush. Okay, perfect. So first things first, we will make the mesh. Static mesh, this is called S underscore plant 2. Right? And I think the size of that is pretty good on its own. Large flower, small flower 1, duplicate. Okay, perfect. And this is going to be a hide meshes and show meshes thing. Visibility. Perfect. Collectible ingredient, mesh, blue flower. What, I named it right? Blue desert flower. But we need to set that into the collectible ingredient variations. That's where we put it. Okay, ingredient ID, yeah, we don't have it yet. Amount to add one, state grown, fine. I don't know why we made that instance editable, but it is what it is. Harvest behavior is hide mesh. And let me just double check that the hide mesh. Yeah, it's just hide and show. Okay, perfect. Okay, so if we want to do this giant kind of rock, which is how big? Probably just put them near like the bottom or something. Ooh, collision on that's really weird. Yeah, I don't like that. Let me get rid of the collision. And we'll try some auto convex. That's better. We don't need it specific, we just need it to not prevent the player from getting close. Perfect. Okay, foliage, blue desert flower, collectible ingredient. Now it should align to normal. It says the ground slope angle max 45, but I think that won't matter if we do single instance placement mode. We can test it. Single. Did that actually place it? No, it didn't. Yeah, why doesn't it place it on that mesh? Lights. Yeah, weird. Why doesn't that place it? Lovely. Actually, I placed it on the top of it. One sec. Maybe something to do with the collision of it. I'll place it up there. Why? That's so weird. Okay, I have an idea though. We can trick it. And then we'll just rotate it back around. The density just really weird on it. You don't adjust density here. I don't know why that is. Doesn't place it sometimes. Yeah, weird. Oh, probably because the radius is really high. Probably all it was. Well then, what was going on here? Still don't know what it was, but it's doing it. Foliage instances will only be placed on surfaces sloping in the specified angle range from the horizontal. Well, if I set this to max, it should still place it here. Doesn't. weird. Very odd. Okay, well, those 4 should be pretty good. I know that's the meshes are kind of hovering. I'm honestly not going to worry too much about it. And then we should be able to flip this over. And there, now the player has access to them. A little bit high up. We'll bring it down a bit more. And I think I will get rid of that that harvest text, and we'll just do it. We'll do it some other way. We'll do it through the on-screen prompts, I think. We'll keep it there for now. I'm just not gonna like worry too much about getting it looking good or accurate. All right, beautiful. Yeah, that looks nice. That's working. And then, you know, like I've said before, the goal is so that because we have a day-night cycle, after a certain number of in-game days, some things will grow back, and it'll also be based on season, but I don't think we're going to do seasons in the prototype. We know it'll work. We know that we can do it. We just need to... we would just need to make it from a data perspective. Or we won't do it for this prototype iteration, but obviously moving to vertical slice, we'll probably include it. I might place some higher up too on the stone ones that the player can't reach and isn't meant to reach, but these will just be for show. Okay, let's put it underneath here. Yeah. I like. I would throw one up here as well. kind of in the rock though, isn't it? Player can't get to the big ones, but he can get to the slightly smaller ones. And those are the actual, you know, harvestable ones that are part of the foliage layer. So the good thing is that this works. It is a little bit slow to make each of these, but once they're made, it just works. To quote Todd Howard. And a lot of the ones that we're gonna make aren't gonna be placed in such weird locations, like underneath. But I do like having ones like that, right? I do enjoy that. Okay, let's do the red desert flower. Blueprint class. Gradient mesh. Red desert flower. Interactable. That's not what it was. It was collectible. Ingredient. BP. Collectible ingredient. Red desert flower. Man, I'll tell you what, guys. If you start a business, you get so many people contacting you for shit. It has nothing to do with like your business or what you're doing or what you need. It is a little obnoxious. All right, I'm gonna try to make 2 variants of this. So we're gonna do ingredient mesh, red desert flower 1. We're gonna set this up and then duplicate it and then change the locations of some of the meshes on this. Okay, mesh, static mesh. Plant 0.5. How big is that? Very small. That when the player gets there. Yeah, I want this one to be a bit bigger. Like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe a little bit larger. A tiny bit. Large flower. And we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do these small flowers then. Duplicate small flower 1. Duplicate. Perfect. And this will be the same thing. This will be the show and hide meshes. Set visibility. And we can duplicate. And we'll change the layout of these just a little bit. Okay, perfect. Collectible ingredient. Red desert flower 1. Red desert flower 2. Hide meshes, tilt text, yes. Perfect. All right, looks good. We're gonna do single painting mode on this as well. Instance override, perfect. Yeah, keep the scale. Z offset's fine. Line to normal. Should be good. Should be good. We can paint in some of these red flowers. And if it works like it's supposed to, it should, yep, automatically choose between the two available meshes. Oh, why doesn't that place that on the mesh? You know what? I think it's because the rocks by default don't have collisions. No, they do have collisions. That's weird. I don't know then. Unless there's something in here. Well, it's probably because they don't have collision? No. I don't know. Because it allows me to place it on any other mesh. Why not these? Maybe it's because they're part of the foliage system. That's probably it. But then couldn't I just include the landscape layer? No, maybe not. I don't know. Hey Bartosz, how you doing? Dude, it is fucking cold. My legs were numb coming into work today. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think this is probably the coldest day of the year. Pretty nasty. I have not, but I want to. I have not, but I want to. Definitely not going to keep me from another Portal game, even if it is a mod. Okay, how many of these do we want in the scene? There's 10. Oh, look at that tiny little log. So cute. Little branch. Oh, actually, you know what? I like the idea of these red flowers growing near rocks on the ground. Fuck, I forgot that crashes the fucking editor. So fucking... Fuck. Unreal why. I just saw your message, Barsosh. It's funny. It's funny. Ugh. Let me turn these lights on. It's gonna be this cold out. I'm putting on the Christmas lights. That's fucking funny. What is D1P? Okay. All right, how many of these? Okay, we only have 4. Wait. 2. It's these 2. Okay, I want to delete these 2. I'm going to try to place the red flowers around rocks on the ground. You just have to do it this way. It's kind of annoying, but this way does not crash the engine. So I will take it. As you guys know how I've talked about that I want to place ingredients in consistent locations. I mean that if you expect it, if you find it in one area, it's likely that you're going to find it in an area that's pretty similar. So like these are just going to be underneath rocky overhangs in the desert, right? Growing kind of upside down, or at least not facing upwards most of the time. You pick up rocks, you could hide some plants under the rocks. You pick up the rock? I don't think so. Okay, we have 11. $14. I have one over here. Some there. I think that's pretty good. The cool thing is we're painting blueprints too, which is a really cool feature. But they're part of the foliage system, which means they're automatically included in the culling distance for LODs. So then at certain distances they will disappear to help with performance. So even though they don't have LODs, I don't think they will cull out at a specific distance. So therefore, freeing up the system. Even with how small they are, we could probably make their cull distance a lot shorter. Not sure about that. Okay, I want to include one more overhang rock. We have another one in here. Is that this one? So I might put that like back here. And then we'll just do the same thing that we did for the other one. So we'll flip it upside down. Place our blue flowers on it. Alright, I think we need to fix the collision on this too. I think the collision's gonna be pretty shit. Yeah. Remove that. It's a bit better. Still kinda ass. Yeah, it works. It works. We'll bring down the mesh just a little bit, because that's pretty high. Oops, not the right location. That one's a bit awkward. But I think it's fine. You can still jump to get it. And we'll put some of the bigger ones higher up that you're not supposed to be able to reach. Go. And we'll put one back here. This little crevice. Okay, looks pretty good. No, another one. Another one here. I'm addicted. We could even place some of these red ones up top. Kind of show the difference between the two species. It also kind of implies that they get their red color because they see more of the sun. You know how many people are going to care about that implication? Zero. Zero, but I'm still going to do it. Because I think it's cool. Bartosz, do you ever want to get into production? Or do you want to stick to QA? You mentioned before that you wouldn't mind getting into game design, or at least trying game design, right? That visible, is it? I do like that there are some of these flowers up here that you can't reach. Like, that'll at least it'll give the world more color, but it's not available for the player to receive, so that it's, you know, nature doesn't always give you the greatest conditions, but you make do with what you have. I'm gonna make a fucking massive flower up here. That one gets all the sun. Yeah, it's starting to look good. Maybe yeah, GD looks fun, but I prefer to judge at this point. You can judge in game design. Just you're often judging your own work. GD is pretty fun. I think that QA moving to GD is really useful because there's a lot of overlap in the knowledge that you have. But you are also, that is true. That is true. I think designers get the most judgment, maybe along with... No, because it's usually like, oh, the game doesn't look that great, but it's fun, or game looks great, but it's just not fun, so... Programmers barely get any judgment. I think production is closer to QA. I think production, QA, and design are like... They have a lot of overlap in the way that they maybe the things that they have to learn to do their job well. And especially in the fact that they have to speak to all the teams pretty constantly. Alright, so we have the blue flower, we have, let's do the purple flower. Purple desert flower. Where do we want that to grow though? Red. Mix those up. Hey, Mr. Squirrel, nice to see you. Hope you're not ending the stream. No, we're gonna have probably at least 3 more hours, probably 3 to 4 more hours of the stream. It's good to see you, and not when the stream is ending. All right, let's do purple desert flower. Bird class, ingredient mesh. Purple desert flower. I might do a couple variants of this one too. Selectable ingredient. Should add more options to spend raptor bucks. If you have any cool, not abusable ideas of things that could be done for game dev, I would do it. Like for gaming, it makes sense, you know, like, you know, to do something specific in a game, but for game dev, it's not like I want people to spend raptor bucks to fuck up my game dev, right? Hey, delete that object. Though it would be kind of funny. Ingredient match. Static. No, static. Large flower. Plant. 04. I do have to do quite a bit of work on the stream. Maybe today. When I get home. It looks pretty good. Let's duplicate this. Let's make 3 variants of this one. Be kind of fun. Number 1. My fucking my Fitbit keeps telling me to move. It really doesn't like that I'm sitting in the same spot, apparently. Alright, that works. I need to give them the... Shit, I should have done this first. Set visibility. Might be good to take a stretch break. You're not wrong. Okay, I'll stretch. It apparently measures my blood oxygen levels too. I don't know what that means though. Oh, what's my blood oxygen? 97%. I don't know if that's high or low or whatever. I don't know what the other 3% is. It's probably the alcohol. Probably the alcohol. Blood oxygen saturation levels. Oh, 95 to 100% is good. Okay, anything below 95 is considered low and may put you at risk of hypoxemia. Alright, so 97% is good. Other 3% is alcohol. About what I would expect. Actually, if my blood was 3% alcohol, I would be very, very, very dead. Don't you die if your blood is like 0.5% alcohol? In smoggy Krakow, that level is above average. Yeah, especially during the winter. The air quality is just trash. I just copy this over, make my life easy. Okay, we'll make a new foliage type. We'll just copy the blue desert flower one again. Purple desert flower. Alright, and this will be collectible ingredient purple 1, purple 2, purple 3. Tilt, harvest, hide meshes. Perfect. Good. Good. Actually, I like the system that I've made for painting foliage. I think it works pretty well. It'll randomly choose the mesh and rotate it. Pretty good. And let me test to make sure that these work the way they're supposed to. Yeah. Wait, do those flowers have collision? Yeah, they kind of do. That's fine. I mean, it's not too much, but prefer to have them not with collision. So the goal here too, and maybe I'll test this when we're done with the desert area, because if I don't want to build out the entire world to have it not work or something, or for it to require me to go back and replace everything that I've done. The goal, because we have the hide meshes thing, and it changes the state of that particular ingredient instance to harvested, is that depending on the data that we set up in probably here, we'll tell it how many days it needs to respawn, and then we can trigger that every day. We can trigger the script to run again, and hey, if it's been 3 days and these take 3 days to regrow, we can tell each of them to, you know, show that mesh again and then set the status to grown. In which case it'll be ready to harvest again. So that's the plan. And that shouldn't be too tough to do. Shouldn't be too tough. We're basically gonna get every single blueprint. We're gonna do, you know, like a get all actors of class, and it'll be of the collectible ingredient class, since that's what all these inherit from. And we'll just do a, you know, simple function like test. If it's been enough time, we'll iterate a day or something, or iterate every hour when we do the test, and then if it's surpasses that level where it can be grown, we will trigger the growth script. The thing is, I want to be really careful about when we run it, because it will be checking hundreds of instances, right? So we don't want to bog down the game. But we'll see. We'll see how much of a performance hit it is, and if it hits performance really poorly, we'll run it less often so that you only get a hitch here and there. And I'm sure, experienced programmers can find a better way to optimize that. Or just build the blueprints in a better way. That's something to figure out for vertical slice, though, not for prototype. A hitch here and there in prototype is expected. Not a problem. Okay, so we have the red, purple, and blue desert flowers. The only one we don't have are the green ones. And I kind of want to do it with these static meshes, because I like the little red tip of them. But I don't know what they would like grow near. They could grow near maybe some of like these plants. We could like make these really big and scary. But these grow near it. Could be kind of fun. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. Does it have collision? Oh, it waves. It's all wriggly. Okay, do we want to place these by hand then? I don't think we need to. I think we'll place these with the foliage system. We'll just single instance paint them. All right, single instance mode override, scale. Like 4 to 6. Yeah, 4 to 6 works. Okay, align to normal, cold distance, 1000. And maybe we'll place these on the dunes. Like they require some of the greenery to thrive. I kind of like that. Too many. Okay, perfect. All right, let's build the foliage for these green flowers then. Let me double check cold distance for a second on these. Yeah, they're all 50, okay. I read something gaming related recently that I wanted to talk about, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was. No. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I did see something not gaming related, but it was the transparent screens from Samsung. Did you guys see that? Because that looks pretty cool. BP, delectable ingredient, green desert flower. I put an R on there. No, I did not. Hey Yucca, I think. I don't know what it. It's kind of weird. Do they get the red tips though? More like a weird aloe, but not really. Although I think they do have something that's more closely related to like aloe. That looks more like aloe, but without the spikies. I saw a really cool video of how they process aloe. Have you seen that? I think it was on Twitter. I doubt that I could find it again. Oh my god. There's porn. It's a good thing I didn't move this over yet, because there's, for some reason when I search aloe on Twitter I just see some porn. I didn't like it, did I? No, I don't think I did. Not on this account anyway. Aloe vera processing. Maybe this video would have it. Oh yeah, look at how they cut this. It's incredible how well they do this. It's so insane. Wait, where's my speed? Okay, so they get rid of the edges so that they can hold on to it better. And then this also exposes the core, obviously, which is what you want, right? You want to get rid of the skin. And then they just slice this so well. And then you have that slimy aloe. I don't know, it's pretty cool. Incredible. Yeah, it's really impressive, especially because we're watching this on slow ass speed. The speed at which they do it is beyond impressive. Wow. Hey, you got the rogue set today? Nice. How long did that take you? I think for me it took me like 3 hours. I don't know, 2 or 3 hours or something. It's worse if you don't have the shortcuts, which I didn't when I got it, so. Add static mesh, large flower. This is plant 06. not too long after I figure out the path. Yeah, for the most part, it's just like, especially if you set up tile markers to help. Pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what plan. Well, the good thing is that we don't have to do realistic looking plants. Although these look believable. Some, believable succulent type of thing. Although these are supposed to be flowers, I think. They're really small. Or just like really small succulents. But I'm kind of increasing the size to be a bit more interesting. Duplicate. Ability, set, new. Well, you did better than me, Datu, because I was trying to fight the Whisperer in the enrage phase, the last phase of that battle. It just keeps stumping me. I can't figure out the rhythm of it yet. Other phases I can do, but the enrage phase, no. Good thing is death penalty is only like 10k, so I'm just gonna, like, fuck it, I'll just try it. I'll get it eventually. One kill will pay for like 10 deaths, so we'll do it. Alright, let's duplicate this. Let's move around some of the flowers a little bit. Wrong axes. Alright, hide meshes. Green desert flower. Green desert flower. Own. Yeah, looks good. Okay, we go to foliage mode. Wait, that's not the right one. That's blue. Oh, probably because I didn't change this to be green. Yeah, that would be it. Got 65 agility as well, holy shit. Might do mornings end 1 and 2 soon. God damn. You're out here getting all the achievements. Hold on, let me see what the... Does it actually have collision though? It says it has collision, but does it have collision? No. I mean, I'm not too upset that that doesn't have collision. So I feel like it would give it really shitty collision and then the player couldn't really get that close to it, so this is one of those cases where I kind of prefer that it doesn't have collision. What were you doing for agility? We're just doing the Sears course. How close are you to your graceful? I'm not gonna place them near all of them. Yeah, that looks good. 16 of them, it's fine. Still need over 60, it's not too bad. Not terrible. As long as you don't have to farm 2 outfits like I did. Which didn't actually feel that bad. I think I just watched a movie and just played on mobile. I don't remember how long it took. I still have like 1,000 laps or something to do on the monkey course for the last backpack. I really hate that monkey course though, it's such bad XP. And some of the click boxes are pretty annoying. Okay, green desert flower, move here. Picks up the redirectors. Well, this looks good so far. Does this much effort usually go into a game prototype? No. I would say no. I'm doing things a little bit differently. How do I phrase it? I mean, it depends on prototype, because you can have game prototypes, you can have system prototypes, you can have combinations of those. I don't think it's common that you would build out a world like this just to prototype few systems. Then again, I don't think I'm doing things in a super inefficient manner. I do think that at certain points I put too much effort into things that don't matter. Like, who cares about the clouds? Who cares about the horizon? But at the same time, I want to at least see, first off, I want the experience of having done this, because I've never used the landscape tools. I've never actually built a level of my own before. So I'm kind of like doing this both for my own experience, but also because I can use it in the game. You know, this is something that I can take some cinematic shots of, some video of, and this can go on my portfolio. Like, hey, I'm a game designer, but also I know how to do this stuff too. It's going a bit further. It is kind of veering more into what you would start to do for a vertical slice, except it's not the vertical slice. But my hope is that by putting a little bit more effort into it, it will help our chances of selling it to a publisher. And not like selling the game idea, but just selling the pitch is what I mean. Like, here's the pitch, it looks good, it sounds good, right? But also, here's the gameplay. And no, this isn't just footage of some mock-ups, it's playable. You want the download link, here it is. Here's the alchemy system. Here's the open world, our mock-up of it, right, in a smaller section. Here's the NPC system, the dialogue system. It's all there. And if you give us, X amount of money, we can finish it off. If I could get Devolver, that would be amazing. It would be really cool. I mean, I'm gonna pitch it to him. I don't think I know anyone from Devolver yet, so I'd have to get in touch with a representative. But there are some really good. Let me see. Let me grab my. I forget the names of some of the people I met last year. Let's see. That was for 3D art, which, just so you know, if I have to hire like a 3D artist for a day, it's so fucking expensive. It can be like a couple $100 for a day for a good 3D artist. Which for me is about, a couple $100 is about 1/4 of what I make in a month right now. Ancient Forge Studios. I really liked meeting them. I really liked meeting Ancient Forge. They're a small publisher and game dev company. They published these, they made these. And I met him and one other guy. Oh, Max, right? It was Max and Dushan, and they were great. They were really fucking awesome. We also can do some 2D art and graphic design, so that's more than I can do. Yeah, I met these two guys. These guys were really awesome, and they knew games. They loved games, and they were just really, really great people to talk to. I also talked with, I think it's called We Dig Games. This is either their developer or this is their publisher. No, this is the developer. Okay, so I met with them, and they're just getting started in indie publishing. But this guy was really nice too. I swear I met one other guy, but I can't remember. And there were 3 parties. There were 3 parties last year. It was pretty fun. I went to a private party hosted by the guys that make House Flipper. They had a really great party. Some awesome beer. That was a lot of fun. Hexlogic got that one for my phone. Well, I'll let you know, the publishers behind that game are really awesome. I was really happy to meet with. I was scared. Okay, so I'd worked with Nacon before on one of my games, and I'm not gonna hide the fact that I didn't enjoy a lot of their management style and production style. And if you know the games that they've published, I don't need to say any more, I'll tell you that. Let's just say that one of the games they published last year is this. And that's what we'll leave it at. So I was a bit scared that it would be intimidating to meet publishers and that they would be too business oriented. But I'm glad that I kind of hand selected certain publishers that I wanted to meet with that would be there. And I think I made a good selection because they all loved games. They all knew a lot of niche games that I was using as references, which I would even be surprised if game designers knew that. But they knew the game, they had played it before, and they were just really great to talk to. So hopefully I can meet again with them this year and bring them this, which is way more substantial than what I had last year. I felt kind of dumb just bringing pitches last year. It's not the way that you should pitch a game, but it was all I had, so I just went with it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to waste this opportunity. I'm going to learn, even though I don't have anything and I'm not really looking for funding. At least I'm going to learn how to speak to them, what I should and shouldn't bring. You know, I'm going to fail, but it's going to be a learning experience. So this year I'm going to bring in everything I've learned. I'm going to bring something playable. I'm going to bring in a good pitch. I'm going to bring in a community that we've already started to build and foster. We're going to go for it. We're going to ask for money to make our vertical slice. I don't know what that's going to be yet, but to make the vertical slice of this game in the way that I want, it's probably going to be in the 6 figures. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. Or I might ask for, half of that from publisher, and then I'm going to seek half of that from some kind of grant, like Epic Mega Grants. And then once we have the vertical slice, the sky's the limit. Sky is the limit, because that's our demo. It's going to be production ready, release quality. We'll know exactly how big the game is supposed to be and how much time it'll take to make it, or roughly how much time, right? You never know exactly. And we can say, okay, we're looking for, 3 years of funding to support a team of 10 people. It's going to look like this by the end of it. Let's go. And we need, I don't know, $1 million. Which I would say is probably reasonable for a team size of that. For a team size like that with a game like this, anything between 500,000 and $1 million for full production would be great. It would definitely we would be able to complete it. A green desert flower. Games are expensive to make. Games are very expensive. I don't know what I want to do with this open space. It just kind of seems... I mean, I like being able to see the desert, right? But at the same time, this just seems a little... dead. Maybe I could put in one of those red trees over here. Maybe to the side, like over on this side or this side. Or some stone feature, some archway or something, I don't know. Could be kind of cool. Bridge, no. You know what, maybe, let me see what asset packs I have. Maybe I can pull something in from them. Marketplace. Stylized. We'll do stylized, we'll do free for now because I don't want to pay anything. Stylized nature pack. I kind of like those trees, actually. Oh. This is a really good pack for us, actually. I mean, they're pretty low poly, low poly. They're very low poly, but they are stylized. And there is food. There's little mushrooms. Or carrots. We have some garlic, some peppers, and we have little like potion 3D models too. This is a really good pack for us. I didn't know that I already had it. And it works with 5.3, which is great. Oh, wait, hold on. I saw something. Oh, it contains the complete fantastic food pack, which is probably actually the only thing that we need. But we'd have to pay for this one. I must have gotten that free from one of the months. Dirk. Low poly hand painted environment. Got some ruins. We could put some ruins in. It kind of it looks nice. I mean, maybe it fits with the aesthetics that we have. And the more I look at stuff like this, I've always wanted to make an RPG. I've always wanted to make an RPG. Like with skills and shit and quests. It's my favorite types of games, I think, and the games that got me into gaming. You know, I have fond memories of just sitting with my dad when I was young, and we would play, you know, Might and Magic and Ultima. He would play it, I would watch, of course, right? But we would just sit there for hours and spend some quality time together playing games. And it, you know, it would be great. I think it would mean a lot to me if I could make an RPG for him to play before he dies. Like, he's not gonna die soon, right? But I want to, you know, it's like a way to pay him back. And then I would sit with him while he played it, just like old times. Look, I'm gonna cry, chat. No, but that would mean a lot. We gotta do that. We gotta add that to the list. Okay, one of these days I do want to. I really like to prototype systems. I really like to make systems. So I kind of want to make a skill and XP system of my own. Seems kind of fun to do. Seems pretty easy too. Yeah, I'm gonna add this one. How big is it? They have no LODs. They have collision. They're very low poly. Okay. Oh wait. 0.8 gigabytes. Well, we can delete pretty much everything except the ruins that we want to use, or any of the other assets. We have to do an asset cleanup. God, I hate the Epic Games launcher. It's just so slow. So bad. Vagrant. 2D background assets from the Vagrant. Oh. OTK games? Like One True King? This isn't the OTK, right? No, it's some like Chinese. Background asset. Pretty cool. 2D backgrounds. Okay. Let's check out the tower from here. And painted environment. Is that what it's from? Models. Tower. Yeah, you know what? That doesn't look terrible. It doesn't clash crazy, to a crazy amount. But I am going to load up the map. Because I want to copy the one that they have with the... summer scene. The one with the vines and the flowers. It looks nice. Don't want to have to place that myself. Alright, any day, Unreal. Any day. I want to get a green screen and put it back here. Should make my, I don't even know, is it light enough that it would look good? I think it would do. And I think my my microphone cable's long enough. There's a whole bunch of extra cable here. Oops. Yeah, well, I'll think about it. It's pretty cheap to get the cloth, but I don't know what to hang the cloth from. I don't know. Damn, did they place all these individually? Oh no, it is landscape layer. Okay, I want to copy the... Okay, the flowers and the vines are separate, the leaves. I mean, we can do the flowers as well. We could always include those kinds of flowers. I like this whole section. Did they group these, do you think, into folder? No, they didn't. They just have geometry. Wonderful. Alright, let me try to delete things then. I think for now I'll just copy this section. God, they really painstakingly did this map. I mean, credits to them. Okay, I think that's good. I'm not getting the sky, am I? You don't need the point light, because we're not going to bring the chest in anyway. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, Control C. Our scene loads up fast. Control V. Not super big, but I like it. And I might put it up on a raised corner here. Kind of like they had with the stairs. I did enjoy that. That was pretty cool looking. Okay, that looks good. How high up is this actually? We've already proven that I don't know how to think of scale. Yeah, it's kind of high up, but it's not too bad. Let's raise the land up to just underneath it. Okay. We're gonna flatten it. We can probably come up just a little bit more. I want to paint some dirt so we don't have the grass there. Be stone for now. We can paint the grass back in, but I just want to see how the level looks. It's pretty good, actually. Okay, we'll flatten it again. It looks pretty good. Okay, let's get some stairs in. They have stairs and stairs. Okay, it's the stairs large that we want. Looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit this way. Yeah. Okay, now we need to bring the landscape up. Actually, is that like perfect? Did I get it right on? Jeez, okay. And I got that pretty damn well. You know, we need to clean it up a bit, but for the most part, that looks pretty good. Yeah. Alright, maybe I'm gonna bring the... I think the stairs like down this way to connect up with the trail. So we're gonna duplicate the stairs. Let me get them to the right height first. I think that'd be pretty good. Okay. Bring the landscape up then. I'm just kind of eyeballing it, you know? I think there would be a way to bring it up exactly to the height that I need, but fine. Yeah, we could bring it down just a little bit. Yeah, about there. Alright, then we do the same thing. And I might do 2 stairs. I don't know how much space we actually need to come back down. Probably 3 stairs worth, actually. What if we curved it? What if we made it come down this way? Might look pretty cool. We can scope the land to actually work well enough. Yeah, we can always, move the path a little bit to hug the coastline more, so we'll just focus on making this look decent enough. I don't want to block the view to the desert too much. What now? Watch. No, I'm not gonna get up and exercise. I'm not gonna do it. You're speaking to a brick wall here. Watch. Let's try to flatten this. Come up a bit more. Down just a little bit. The only thing I'm worried about is that it'll be really hard to get the landscape exactly where I want if I put it too close together. And you're gonna get a lot of these sharp drop-offs. So I don't want to place it too close. That actually works. Right, now how do we get the landscape to look good? That doesn't look too bad. You know, I can kind of fix this by doing some ramps as well. Hopefully that look decent enough. And then just by adjusting the terrain in between, right, to give it a bit more of a better drop off. I can kind of do it this way. Well, that just looks awkward. I want the steeper drop off here. More like, you know, cliff edge. And we can kind of hide this with rocks, right? So we can make this look a lot prettier. We can smoothen this up a bit. We can make it look rough, give it some erosion. We will auto landscape paint this again. All right, let's fix this up because this I got fucked up. Okay. Do I have any way of getting rid of this grass? Yes, I could. very carefully paint stone pink. Not really getting rid of that, is it? Not getting rid of the meshes super well. Oh, there's grass empty. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. I'll paint some of the grass back in, but I just want it to not be, you know, obviously visible here. Why is that not going away? There we go. Am I caring about this too much? Yes. Do I care that I'm caring about this too much? No. No, I do not. Someone has to care, chat. And it may as well not be me. Because you know what, when somebody plays this, they're gonna be like, wow, and the grass isn't clipping with the stairs. And as long as one person does that, I'll be happy. As long as one person can appreciate the effort that I went to make it look better. What? This video's gonna get claimed though, because I'm just so engrossed in making sure the grass doesn't clip that I am not speaking over the music, and therefore Bethesda's gonna be all up in my business. Wonderful. Not acceptable. It changes the size of the grass sometimes. Very weird. It's a very weird way to do it. Too much. However, when I look back at my game dev experience, when I look back at this in retrospect, I think it'll be worthwhile to think about how much time I spent on grass. I don't think I'll regret spending parts of my life on this. Okay, play from here. Can't get up these stairs. Why? What does the collision look like on these? You're just too steep. Oh no. Really? Oh no. We can adjust this. It's in the movement component. We just need this step up. Max step height 45. Walkable floor angle 44.7. The angle must be higher than that. We adjust it to like 55. Yeah, it looks a bit silly, but god, and the collision on this is weird too. Oh, the collision on that's really fucking weird. Okay, I'm going to delete the collision entirely from this tower. We're gonna try auto convex, but if that doesn't work, I will just put collision boxes in the world. No, that's not gonna work. We'll remove collision entirely from it. And then, yeah, I'll just place collision boxes. I didn't think it would be this, but whatever. Do I mean, I don't think the player's gonna run out to the side of this, but if they do, it's just gonna be a little awkward with collision. I don't really mind. Is not the greatest solution to this, but it's the only solution I got. Player can't even jump up that high anyway, so that'll work. This, bring it over here. Yeah, this is also one of the other problems with using asset packs too much, is you just get such inconsistent quality. It's fine, I guess, for a prototype, but it's also one of the reasons I don't really super support developers going crazy with asset packs. I just think the actual use cases for it are more niche than a lot of players realize. And I think the gamers are, for some reason right now, very willing to support developers using purchased assets. But for me, it's a red flag. It doesn't mean that there's, something bad going on, but it's a red flag with the overuse. And I mean this only in the final product, not in the, not in like prototyping or whatever. But we've talked a lot about like vertical slices and stuff and why they're so important in prototyping. And the reason why you don't want to use any repurchased assets or especially systems you don't want to use too many in vertical slices because they aren't yours. You just don't know their flexibility. You don't know what you can do with them. And a lot of new developers release trailers that are just made from... They're asset pack trailers. There's no proof of concept here. It is just meant for marketing, and it's deceptive. Are these stairs separate? No, they aren't separate. As long as that kind of gets the player up there. The deceptive nature of it is really the danger. Because you can't trust that what you're seeing is actually true. Or if it's just some well-timed particle effect meant to make you think that you're seeing like a spell effect or whatever, or an attack. And what you're seeing really is complete bullshit. Sorry guys, if these rants about the gaming industry upset you, I apologize. Like, there he goes again, off on another fucking rant. Isn't he ever satisfied? No. God, I'm really not. Which is, I think, one of the things that makes me so decent at my job. I won't say good. It can also make me a little difficult to work with. You are my employer. Thankfully, I do not have an employer now. I have myself. I'm not gonna... Yeah, we need to make this a bit shorter. Hopefully that will do it. I hadn't really anticipated that the collision on these stairs would be so rash. And increasing the player's step-up height is not really something that I want to do. Or the floor length. Because that's going to, mean it for every bit of geometry. Unfortunately. Actually, those help. Yeah. Okay, that's acceptable. A little bit of jumping required here. We can actually fix that. I'll just put a small collision box that to act as a ramp. But I saw, yeah, I'm ranting about the pre-purchased assets because I saw some video recently about an MMO that it was uncovered that pretty much all of it was purchased assets, and it really just is a red flag to me as a consumer, and I think it should be a red flag to more players. Mainly when it's not disclosed, I would say. Which, you know, we're going to be completely avoiding that, thankfully, with Cauldron Chronicles. Just because we're going to be streaming... Once we bring other people on, of course, we can't stream all of development just because there'll be more people working on it. At least I'm not going to lie to you about what we purchased and didn't purchase. We're using an asset pack, we're using an asset pack. So be it. Who cares? And it's like we're going to be outsourcing a lot of our development, you know, like the 3D models. And it doesn't mean outsourcing as in we're going to go for cheap. We're still going to be directing the quality and expectations of the outsourced asset. It just means that we don't have enough money to hire somebody full-time for some of these things. So we get people for a short term. To make 1 or 2 assets, you know, right? The difference is that these assets will be completely custom, so you won't see them in other games, but there are a lot of little things you can get away with that even if players see it or recognize it from another game, especially sound effects, it doesn't really matter too much. I think that looks good. Let's test that out. It's a little awkward, but the player can move up and down. Just those stairs are really awkward, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, let's hide collision. Landscape, paint. Bring it back over. Okay, cobblestone. Reset the strength, size, and fall off. Too big. Too small. That's better. Okay, do we want to place a lamp up there? Or a lantern? I'm not too sure. So many emails. Okay, that looks good. Put some foliage up here, like a tree or something. No, we can put a tree up here if we want. Yeah, this is one of those instances where I wish I could just select a group of foliage. I could just single instance paint here, I guess. Yeah, you know what? We'll do that. We'll just single instance paint. Way too big. We just put a bush in front of here or something. That is a big rock. That's a very big rock. It's more reasonable, but still pretty big. That looks better. I'm gonna try to sculpt some noise into this. Alright, that looks better. Gives it a bit of a rougher feel. Oh. I need the weekend, chat. I need the weekend. Place some rocks along this edge, and while I'm doing that, I just want to note, if you guys are liking the content, consider giving us a follow. And if you really like it, you can consider giving us a subscription to help pay for speech classes so that I don't fuck up my lines like that. No, but it will help to pay for development and support the channel and the our goal with making this game and creating a more transparent and open and collaborative type of indie game dev company. And if you hate our content, you can go on our YouTube and dislike all of our videos. Don't do that, please. Don't do that. You can, but that would be rude. Be rude. Unless it really is shitty content, in which case it would be honest. Where's my rocks? Rain. No. Stones. Here they are. It was these ones, right? Like, I kind of used them over here. Oh, these are cliffs. Ah, yeah, okay, they're here. Push it down a little bit more. Looks nice. These cliff rocks actually do blend into each other reasonably well. They're quite nice to build with. I'm gonna try to nestle them right up into the corner here if possible. It'll be a little bit difficult, but I think I can do it. Okay, and if we can find one or two to fit right here, it'll be great. I'm gonna do that and very close to how I like it. I guess I didn't put way too much thought into some of this. Ooh. Bedroom. Bit better. I can probably smooth that off. Probably smooth it off. Looks good. It's acceptable. Okay, so that, you know, and I want this side to kind of be like the, like it's eroded a bit, right? In which case I should probably bring this area very strong. Probably bring this area up a bit more. Smooth it. Erode it just a little bit. And then add in a little bit of noise. Hope I didn't screw anything up here. Looks okay. Yeah. I wish there were more interesting views from the bridge, but a little lackluster, I think. Fine. Prototype. Idiot. Prototype, isn't it? Stop worrying about it. Okay. We have made some good progress. This looks real. Actually, okay. No joke, chat. I think I did pretty good with this. It actually looks kind of natural, doesn't it? Maybe a little bit. I think from this shot it looks pretty good, and this shot looks pretty good. These look nice. All right, do we want to add more desert plants? So we can kind of finish up the desert today. The desert. We have these two that we could make use of. These cacti. So I could do like 3 to 4 more. I could do 3 to 4 more groups of. Now we can do 5. We can make use of these as one, these as one, you know, variants, and 3, 4, 5 of something. We could do it. And then I might just do some painting of these plants, of like plant 1. Just as a bit of like extra grass. Yeah, same with this one too. Well, this one kind of looks too unique. But we can make it work. We can make it work. plant 1 and plant 3. We will make them not have collision. Density 0.08. Radius 5. Scale will do 0.5 to 1. Well, we're gonna make them small. Z offset, I think we'll be okay, but let's do -2, -5. Line to normal. Full distance of 50. No collision, no HLOD. Should be good. And then I will delete these two. Paint. Alright, let's see how dense it is at first. Not very dense at all, is it? Maybe the radius is too high. That's not bad. I mean, not bad. Okay, I mean, it is kind of bad. It's kind of bad because it's only 2 assets, so maybe the density shouldn't be that high. It's looking better. We're gonna go right back to 0.08. This is exactly what I had initially. Okay, fine. We'll do a fly through to delete anything that's causing issues. We get this question a lot, but what's the most common kind of language when it comes to game dev? Also, hey, welcome. Do you mean like programming language? I assume you mean programming language. No, hey, it's probably English. Yes, English. It's Swahili. I think that probably the most common programming languages you'll find will be C#, C++, and maybe Python. Maybe Python. And the good thing about learning, any version or variant of C is that, there's a lot of similarities between those two with syntax. You are welcome. I'm curious why you asked that. I don't think I've ever been asked that. Personally. Mainly because I'm not a programmer. I think I do have a programmer friend in here. I don't know if he's busy. He might be busy. Cuthbert, are you busy? Oh yeah, this was the one instance of super green grass that we don't want to have here. Let me try to repaint that. Perfect. I always wanted to get into game dev, but over the years things always came up, so I wanted to try to get into game dev again. Oh, that's pretty cool. And you're thinking of programming, or are you thinking of something else? Like, do you want to be a designer? Do you want to work in QA, production? Or you're just maybe not sure yet? Or do you want to be like a solo game dev and kind of wear all the hats? Blending in the... I don't like the line here between... It's not blended very well. Let me try to blend it better. Solo game dev at the moment, though. What intrigues me more is design and programming. Okay. I would say I'm very similar then. I'm a systems designer by, specialization. But I've only worked in like indie teams or smaller teams, so you kind of have to wear multiple hats at that point. But I would definitely say a bit of that programming background. Although you wouldn't notice it from me painting landscapes currently, which I'm not very good at, but it is pretty fun. It's very chill. I'm kind of envious of like environment artists. I just get to sit here and make an environment look pretty. Meanwhile, I've got my documents and my spreadsheets like, oh, but the numbers, if I do this, then the player's gonna have too much of that, so I have to rebalance the numbers. Alright, let's go in and fix any foliage issues. Erase, too big. Still probably too big. That's better. Alright, let's find some problem assets. Let's see if anything intersects that shouldn't. I did a tiny bit of Unity in college, but now I don't know what to use anymore after that drama or something. I am very much an Unreal fanboy. Grass looking good though, gamer. Thanks, man. I hope it looks good. It's gonna look a bit better when we get some more color into it. Although there is something aesthetically pleasing about just having the waving grass. Does Unreal support 2D? Yes, but not as well as Unity or Godot will, in my opinion. Unreal has very good use cases, especially for 3D, and just making things that look pretty. You know, just out of the box having Lumen support is incredible. For instance, if I turn on Thunderstorm and turn it to nighttime, there's a certain quality, there's a certain aspect of this that will just it just looks so good for being, like default out of the box kind of solutions. Although my lighting needs to be better. I was actually looking into Godot. When you say it works well, yes, absolutely. It's default to an extent. I am using a weather and lighting asset that I bought, but it was $20. $20 for full lighting, time of day simulation, weather, sound effects with all that, occlusion when you're indoors, you know, as well, and full hookup for making materials and landscapes look wet or have snow on them. It's scary. You know, if I turn on, and I don't have everything hooked up to the snow yet. If I turn on the snow, it's like, you know, I hooked it up to my landscape so that the landscape is going to appear like it's got snow on it. Although those cloud decals kind of look shit. I might just delete them or replace them with something else. That's from a different asset pack though. But yeah, it's insane. It's insane that this is just a $20 pack. Hey, thank you for the 2 gift subs. Thank you so much, man.
She just really nice gifted 2 subs.
Red Luminous and Dragon King Gamer get the, I don't know if either of them are in chat right now. They're going to be very surprised. I think, okay, so I would say this. Unreal is stupidly good for the amount of free, like, I'll say this, just this month, I'll show you what you get for free. And you get new free things every single month that you can use with no commercial licensing issues. You can use them in whatever products you want. You can modify them in any way that you want. So for this month, you get a full advanced resource gathering system. You get a full cemetery asset pack, which looks pretty cool. I almost want to use it for something, but I don't know what. Line of sight dynamic mesh, so field of vision for object detection or use in post-process. A fantasy bundle environment kit 3-in-1. And a cloud and skies pack. Which looks pretty nice, actually. That's so rad. They just give free stuff monthly. Yeah, I'm guessing Unreal is it's completely free. It's completely free. The monetization that they do is everything before. So for each game, this is specific for each game. So each game, this is you know, the same thing. The first million that you make is free. They don't charge anything. After $1 million is made for that game, they charge 5% only. But if you release a second game, you know, that's a different counter. So they're not automatically going to take 5% from that game because of the previous one. Spuddy, thank you for the follow. Wait for it.
Hello.
There it is. Honestly amazing. Maybe I should consider 3D, though I know nothing of models. Thanks for the insight. No worries, man. I don't know I'm not really on the art side of things. So if anything you see that I've done here is all from somebody that doesn't know, like, the first thing about art and modeling and assets. I know the lingo, I know some of the pipelines, but I don't do that personally. So Yeah. But Godot was really nice too. Thanks, buddy. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? How's your Tuesday? What games are you guys playing? There's a bit of a lull period with game releases right now, so maybe some of you are finishing up some of 2023's releases. Maybe you're going back to Skyrim for the millionth time, or playing Minecraft or whatever. Who knows? All good. Thanks for the question. How about you? What are you working on? I'm doing pretty well. Yesterday I bought a Fitbit, and apparently I have terrible sleep quality, so which is nothing new to me. What are you working on? We're working on the prototype level for our game Cauldron Chronicles. And this won't be in the final game at all, but this is going to help to sell the pitch, and we're going to show this. We're going to make it playable for everybody publicly in our Discord. You don't need to be a subscriber or anything, and then this will be given out to publishers as well for hopefully getting some vertical slice funding. That's the desire. Now let me continue to check these meshes. Pretty good. Don't want anything that's intersecting like this, so we don't want that. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Nothing inside this rock. Oh, that looks nice. Nothing inside the water. Nope, that looks cool. Yeah, that works. Oop. Not that one. Which version of Unreal Engine are you using? I'm using 5.3, the latest one. Let me try to play it from here. One of the things I'm really bad at though is just, I'm so bad with scale. Everything looks so much smaller when you're flying high, and it always fucking ruins me. Yeah, like the purpose of this level is to take it with a pitch, something that looks like back here. Something that looks like like this to a publisher, and we pitch them the game, show them the gameplay, the selling points and all this stuff and how it works, the pillars. And then we take that to them, we take this to them, and we're like, so yeah, this is what we want to do with it, and...
All aboard the toxic gossip train.
ThesPD just subscribed.
Classic. Thank you for the subscription, man. That really means a lot. All the money that we make on this channel goes towards development of this game. Got my attention, I may get interested in your work. Well, thank you. I've worked on a few games before, but just as a designer, right? I have worked on an overhaul mod for one of those games, which is kind of how I got into the industry professionally. I always wanted to be a game dev since I was really, really little. I always loved games. But then I didn't complete high school, so I was like, okay, well, I guess dream is over on that one. But actually it wasn't, and I was able to weasel my way into the industry through modding and kind of making content for the community. It's kind of... I don't want to fix that. Bring the... Is there something flying in the air? Hold on. Oh no, okay. It's just artifacting. Where is my landscape tool? Scoped. Tiny brush. And how do you handle performance on this big map? So a good portion of what you see here, actually I can show you, is part of the landscape layer. So everything that's part of the landscape layer we can cull at a certain distance. And then we just use asset packs with LODs to ensure that when the player is far enough away, we aren't destroying their performance. We can also take some of these, if they're really high density of triangles, we can convert them to nanite, and we can use nanite's technology to help with performance at a distance. But most of these things are either low poly, they have good LODs, or they're part of the landscape layer, so we can cull them at certain distances away. Subs, that's right. Welcome to all the new people. I don't know how many new people we have lurking or subscribing or anything, but welcome to everyone. Hope the stream is good quality. Oh, those are really close. I gotta delete those. I found out yesterday that I can disable shadows and world position offsets higher LODs to improve performance. Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely the shadows too is gonna help. Like I think our trees right now don't cull, or I think they have a really high cull distance, yeah, like this, and start to see them go away. And the bushes cull at a much further rate, so you can see, it's kind of hard to see, but some of the bushes here are starting to cull out about here. And most of the geometry from the desert goes away, but I keep some things there just to make it not look so boring at a distance. But I think the trees have really good LODs. I do see them changing. They for sure stop animating, which will help a lot. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was fixing that, the height here. What? Not a subtractive scope? Scoped? Oh, I'm adding noise. I wonder why it was looking weird. Well, that's a bit annoying. Oh well, you know what? It looks fine. Or because I have it aligning to normal. That's all it is. These little rocks in the ground texture are achieved with normal maps. Most likely normal and specular maps. Yeah. There's definitely a specular on there to give it a little bit of that shininess. It's not like a crazy landscape texture, but it does work pretty well, I think. The dirt kind of looks a bit too clay brownish, but It is consistent at least. None of these assets are going to be used in the final game anyway. They're going to be replaced by in-house assets. More along the lines of what our desired stylization will be. That's just got to be determined with a art director. All right, let's add in these other interactive foliage. Content browser 2. All right, the first one we'll do is the barrel cactus, this one. And then we have a second one too, a second variant. We can kind of mix and match these to look a bit more interesting. Alchemy, foliage. New blueprint class. Ingredient mesh. BP. Ingredient mesh. Barrel cactus. And then we need the collectible ingredient. Barrel cactus. Okay, let's start with the mesh. This will probably be a full... I'm not sure. Do we want to do a deletion on this one? So when the player collects it, do we delete the entire mesh? Or do we remove some aspects of it? So the same way that we do it with... Where is one of them? So we kind of handle it in the same way that Elder Scrolls does it, actually, or Fallout, where when you harvest the main one, you still have some of the smaller ones there, just to keep it interesting visually. I like that the collision is still there. Gotta fix that. Oopsies. That's easy to fix, though. Won't worry about it right now. Or we can have it there's actually a couple things we can do. We can completely switch the mesh as well. So I have that with the flowering bush. Here. Or we have the pink flowers, and I believe the pink flowers delete entirely. Oh no, these ones just... Same kind of deal. Where we get rid of the big one. Flowering bush just switches mesh completely. I want to... Oh, fuck, I forgot. Unreal crashes. There's some bug with Unreal right now, where if you erase... I think it has to do with the child blueprints. Fine. I just recently saved anyway. Hopefully they fix that in the next version. Because I have sent them like a billion reports about it from this. Yes, I would like that open. You? Alright. Static mesh. Large cactus. Fucking Y. Idiot. We could do this one. Well, we could do both. We could do one like this and make some smaller ones. Wait, how large is that? Yeah, that's pretty small. We need to scale that up probably 2 to 3. Try 2.3. Reasonable. Will this game only be playable in first-person mode? We haven't really considered it too much yet. I think I don't think it has to. I just think we need to do some testing about how certain aspects of the game will look and work, especially like the mechanics of brewing potions, right? Because right now we have and you'll have to ignore a couple of bugs with this, like the really bright displays. That won't be there. But, you know, when you're in this mode, it's kind of a first-person manipulation mode. So I'm not too sure how we're going to... How we would... This might just be like, this is how this mode works, this is how this little mini-game of manipulating ingredients and brewing potions works. But then the rest of the game, like the exploration, can be done in third person. That's really cool. Thank you. I can show you the... And this is available, if you go to our Discord, this is available to download and try out. Although I admit that the tutorialization is non-existent, so it can be a little confusing to get into at first. Not this level. Where is it? So I've kind of created a little mini game here where it will give you a goal potion to make, and you have to try and meet those requirements. So you can see like the sweet healing potion requires restore health 1, regenerate stamina 1, and a sweetness of greater than or equal to 0.4. So the ingredients that I supply here will actually work to complete that potion. And you can see that it regenerates stamina 1, restore health 1, and then the average of the flavors gives you a sweetness of 0.417. This next one, this big damage potion, requires damage health 2, damage mana 2, and damage stamina 2, which is quite significant. So you can filter the ingredient shelf based on these, like damage health 2. This snail has 4 and is pretty decent. Not gonna lie, I'm loving it. Genius idea. Oh, thank you so much. I really love like alchemy and mixing ingredients, and these systems that play in other games where you have alchemy they don't always go very deep into it. So I always like the idea of you have an open world, you collect the ingredients, kind of like Elder Scrolls, right? And you do the potions, but instead of just doing them for selling or for random usages, what if we made a game that was a bit more like narrative driven, where you know, you talk to the NPCs, you learn about them, you learn about the world from them, and you kind of you complete. Let me back up. Let me give you the pitch here, because I'm kind of brushing over it, and if people are new here, they're not going to know anything about what I've said prior. So one of the things I've always liked in games is kind of a focus on socialization with NPCs as a means to learn about the world and tell stories. And most dialogue systems in games, or most games, just kind of, they give you NPCs, they're there, they don't really mean much. And I'd rather have a game like this where you are isolated, you don't have access to a big city or a town, you are in your hut and you rely on the people that visit you to learn about the world. You know, you ask them like, hey, what's going on? What's what just happened? Why are there so many like refugees coming this way from this city? Did something happen? And then you just talk to them and you learn like, okay, you need a potion for a dungeon. Okay, but where are you going? What do you think you're going to be fighting? What are your strengths and weaknesses here? And they're not just gonna like, you're not gonna have this pop up on screen that shows you this is what you need to make. It's you need to provide this to them, and they can tell you, oh, it's pretty good. What's your asking price? You barter a bit. It's more subtle and driven by your own choices in that. And then that's a great idea once again. Well, hopefully this next part is really what's going to be like the clincher. So then what you provide to them will have a not unseen, but just each of these NPCs that come to your hut, and it's not a shopkeeping game, right? It's more of a open world. The time flows freely, but still driven by these NPCs' narratives. The potions you provide to them. So if like a knight comes in and he's saying, yeah, I'm gonna go to a dungeon, I don't really know what's there, but there's rumors of undead. So maybe you're like, okay, well, I can make you something that will help you fight against undead or protect against magic if it's some necromantic magic, whatever. And based on the potions that you provide them and whether or not it fulfills their needs in kind of the data back end of the game, right? They might succeed at their quest, they might fail at it, they might die and you'll never see them again, or if they succeed, they could come back and provide you with some of the spoils. You could refuse to give them a potion at all, or you might just miss the window. You might say, well, I don't have anything on me right now. And you wait, and they're like, well, not really, I need to go now. It's like, I'm sorry, I can't help you then. It's, it's very just emergent kind of storytelling based on your actions. What's going to happen to these NPCs, you don't know. There's no quest log. There will be like a dialogue log, right, where you can look back at what you talked to them about and events that happened. Like on the 8th day of Septilis, they arrived, they came to the hut and we had this conversation and I gave them this potion and then they left and I haven't seen them again. It's hard to explain how it works, but it's not going to be here's pop-up a potion to make, finish quest, get 300 gold, whatever. It's going to be more based on the social interactions that you have with the NPCs, the things you ask them, the ways that you build your relationship over time. Maybe you provide them a discount when they see you, they like you, they bring more of their loot, and we can tell different types of stories through different NPCs. Even like moral ones, so maybe a shady character shows up once he poisons, and you're like, well, I don't really want to just give you a poison, I don't know what you're going to use this for, and it's like, no, I don't want to give this to you, sorry, not going to help you. But maybe you do help them, and maybe you learn later that some noble has been poisoned and killed in the court, and it's like, shit, did I just cause that? Are guards or people investigating going to come to my hut and ask me questions? We don't know. So it is a game that's driven by these core systems of explore the world, collect ingredients, solve puzzles, uncover mysteries, come back to your hut, create potions, interact with NPCs, and that loop kind of continues based on when these NPCs visit and what they want, and you kind of just learn stories and discover the open world at the same time. So that's the pitch. So I kind of just went on, I guess. Really like these ideas? Well, thank you. I really hope we can deliver it. We're just going to be, transparent and honest about what we're building and what we can and can't achieve. I'm really tired of game dev companies just being secretive, and even some of the ones that people really enjoy and respect nowadays are just, I hate to say it, but honestly just lying to players. I love Baldur's Gate 3. I think it's a good game. I like Larian Studios. But I'll tell you what, they were not very truthful to players about the release of that game. And unfortunately, players fall for it because they don't know any better. It sounds doable very much, and I'm so glad that you don't want to make an MMORPG or the day after. No, I'm not good at that. This will be single player. I would like to do a multiplayer game in the future. It probably won't be related to this one, but we need to... You have to pick your battles, right? You can't just do everything in one game. I'd rather focus on doing certain things very well. And for me, interesting open world that players want to discover and interesting NPCs that players want to grow attached to are like core. Actually, I have pillars. I can show you the pillars, which is something that not a lot of game developers share, sadly. Where is it? Pillars. Thought I had a big one, a big version of this. It's kind of small, isn't it? I can zoom in. So like the 3 pillars of our game, the 3 things that we want to put most of our effort and focus and thought and care into are alchemy, the open world, and the NPCs. Turn immersion mode on so you guys can see it. You know, for alchemy, you can see all this in the Discord too, so if you want to like read it or have it to use as an example or to learn from it, we have this all in our Discord. You know, alchemy, everything being useful, so you don't come across things that are just pointless and not useful when you create a potion, right? It all has some sort of use for you, for the NPCs, for the open world. Freedom of creation, you know, you kind of saw that with our prototype, right? You can mix and match things freely. And the immersion, that's really going to be core to the experience of making you feel like you're actually making a potion. So that's why we prototyped being in that first-person view where you can drag and manipulate ingredients and put them into the cauldron yourself, as opposed to you know, Skyrim alchemy where you just pick from a list, right? Which from a user experience is pretty enjoyable or, you know, easy to understand, but you don't actually get the feeling like you're making the potions yourself. Open world, you know, discovery through exploration. This is a game design thing that I think players and game designers often mistake. Exploration is not necessarily fun. Discovery is what's fun about exploration. I'm pulling up references here. On the fly. Seeing this on your map, as much as I love this game, is just not very enjoyable. Because you know where everything is. You see it. You're not discovering anything, you see like question marks, right? Where's one with question marks? Look, I need a... You guys know what I mean, though. We've all played Witcher 3, right? Or just insert any Ubisoft game. That's not discovery. That is just exploration. You don't ever get the feeling like you've discovered something new. You know what game does it right? And I hope that we've all pretty much played this one recently. Elden Ring. You don't get shown anything. You just see a really beautiful map with some things that look interesting, and you go there, and guess what? 99% of the time, there is something interesting there. That's discovery. That's what actually feels good. And then they use a really nice little icon system to show you the names once you discover. I think this is absolutely one of the most well-done maps in recent memory. And it's a really beautiful looking map too. Very, very good stylization on that. And then some other things that are like, we want to be naturally inspired, so we're not going to be a completely fantastical world. There are still going to be things that are inspired by, you know, landmarks or phenomenon in our real world, and then we kind of throw a little bit of our flair onto it. Thirdly, but certainly not least, mechanically authentic, visually stylized. So I think that players, when they have a fair bit of understanding of how a world works, they get more immersed in it. So if you throw them into the deep end, into a fantasy world that just doesn't have anything in common with our own, with Earth, it can feel really out of place. It's difficult to learn, right? So tying certain things in, like having our game have seasons, weather, and ingredient locations that make sense. So we aren't going to be using procedural generation to place our ingredients. We're going to be placing them by hand, because that way the player can reliably expect things to exist in certain locations, and more importantly, knowledge. Players can actually learn the game. They can document the game. They can remember certain things and locations of the game, as opposed to just randomly placing shit around the world and saying that that's interesting. It's not. Then activities and events like puzzles and dungeons to explore, little things in the world that give you a reason to go out there and find something new. Mini games, maybe there's like fishing. I really want to make a fishing mini game, so we're gonna do that. And then lastly, NPCs are our third pillar, our third major focus. I kind of touched on this, the non-explicit commissions that require clarification. So the player relies on communication for learning, context, and understanding of the world and the NPC's goals. The HUD, the pop-ups, the way that the NPCs speak, it's not going to just say, yes, I need 2 potions that have, like health restore 2. Please, thank you. And then, quest complete when you finish it. No, it's just, you need to suss out what they want. You need to think about it. You need to think. And you need to talk to them. Yeah, this is an interesting one. You're almost like a third party to the stories in the game. You are not the one actually completing the quest, right? You're not the one going out on these brave adventures. You are witnessing, you're spectating and influencing the stories of these NPCs. And I think that's an interesting perspective that not a lot of games have looked into. What can you do with your rewards in the NPCs? So I'm thinking that not only could there be rare and or exclusive ingredients that certain NPCs might bring back from their adventures or whatever, but I do think that gold should just remain a common currency that you use with merchants or to expand your hut, to purchase things, maybe like a basement to your hut so that you can grow mushrooms in the basement, or add on a greenhouse or whatever. I think that's something that we just need to think about more on the high level, is the economy. And, and the last thing I think is really important is unique personalities and human stories. So we can play on the fact that there are interesting personalities and combinations of ways that people speak, or the ideas that they have, or goals that they have. But at the end of the day, the stories need to be human. They need to have a human touch to them where you can relate on a basic level that I think you still see in a lot of like old like fairy tales, old Disney stories, where these things are they're timeless, right? They don't age, because the stories that are being told are still things that we think about and philosophize about, and are just, morally we don't always know the right solution to every problem. The world isn't black and white, it is gray, and having more stories like that, we can still have black and white stories, but I think having a majority of stories from these NPCs that are mixed with all different types of shades would be really nice. So yeah, That is the, that's the idea. Sorry, let me have a drink from that. That was a lot of talking. But if you want to see the gameplay loop, it's pretty simple. Let me see. Hydrate. I just did. You want me to hydrate again? Is that what you want? That's not the. Oh no, that is the PNG. Yeah, gameplay loop is pretty simple. Interact with NPC, get commission, explore open world, collect ingredients, make potions, complete commission, obtain reward. You know, most gameplay loops are very simple, but it just kind of gives you an idea of this is your motivation, right? Is the NPCs. It motivates you to go out to the open world where is your sandbox. This is where you collect things, you do things, you come back with your loot, you make potions, which is your tool set, and you use your tool set to complete the commissions. Hey, Casper. We had a question earlier that I wish you were here for. Somebody asked what the most common programming languages are. I don't know if he's still here. He is still here. I don't know if he's lurking or not. I said C++, C#, and Python are likely the three most common. So you are a programmer, in-game dev specifically. You can correct me if I was wrong with that. Duplicate. I'm gonna duplicate with the small cactus. And we're gonna make that tiny. Little baby. Small cactus. C++, then C#, then Python for PC console game dev. Okay, so I was right on the money. Although you make a good point about PC console. You make a very good point. That might not be the case for other platforms. Do I want to have more variants of this? No, we can keep this variant. Python is mostly for tools, and Godot. Godot is using Python like GScript. Yeah, I did because the guy wanted to get into 2D, and it was like, okay, so don't do Unreal. It isn't the most. It's a little bit too much for 2D, and the tool set is not the most complete. But Godot and Unity are still good options, but I think Godot would be the preferential option considering recent issues. Let's see. Barrel cactus. And we will do hide meshes. Set visibility, show. C++ is Unreal and mostly proprietary engines, yeah. Agree. Usually if you want to be game dev programmer, more technical, go for C++. I think you mentioned he wanted to do programming and design. Which I think, for me, going with like Unreal or Godot would be better. I feel like they are a little bit more designer oriented in some cases. Especially Unreal, but not for 2D. Yeah, he's gonna stick to solo dev for the moment. By the way, guys, thank you for the follows and subs today. It's been really great. It's all so motivating to have people here talking to me. I love it when you guys chat. I know you guys can't chat all the time, but when you do, it's so much fun. This is really good tea. This is really good. Very expensive. Fucking tea. You're here just lurking? No worries, Crossroads. Isn't it getting late for you? Actually, it's pretty early, isn't it? It's really early. I hope you're catching up on sleep. Collectible item meshes, tilts. Okay, that looks pretty good. I have 3 commissions from Lyra inside. I've been focusing on that. Oh wow. You making some emotes for him? For 2D, I would start with Godot, but I am biased against Unity. I mean, I am too. Especially after recent issues. And the fact that they just laid off, I think, over 1,000 staff members from Unity. It doesn't... The future of Unity does not look good. However, Godot, I think, is looking really good. It's just, I think you are starting from a... The community for Godot is good, but it's still missing some things that even Unity has to help you get started. We'll go to bed around 2 p.m. No, I'm working on 2 PNG tube outfits and a card design. Oh, wow. He's getting some new fashion. That's exciting. Yeah, Unity does have good tutorials. And good documentation too, right? Better than Unreal. Unreal documentation is a bit of a meme. Let's see, Blue Desert. Copy and paste this again. Not much tutorials. I think it is way better now. Honestly, I think Unreal has a lot of tutorials now. Especially official ones. I think they put it all on their official YouTube, right? Plus there's just some excellent tutorials for Unreal. And also there's the What the Fuck Is series in Unreal, which I think is really awesome. This guy makes some amazing tutorials on a ton of like random things that just aren't very well explained in the documentation. You can find so many useful things from here, like traces and data table rows and stuff. I don't know. A lot of the times, if you look up something that you don't understand, it's going to be this guy's tutorials that pop up. Been bad poking at games in between. You know, sometimes I do that with like game design documents that I have a tough time writing, or I'm just kind of like procrastinating on. I'll play like one match of something that takes like 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'll write 1 or 2 sections of my document. And it's kind of a way to help get through some of the tougher aspects. Gives me some time to think too. I just don't like Python like scripting language due to spacing being important. Okay, all right. We got a rant going on from Cotsford. I feel it. All right, barrel cactus. Me. Collectible ingredient should be good. I wish I could change the icons of these. Okay, single barrel cactus. There we go. Looks good. I need the distraction from thinking still. Yeah. I get that. Especially with like, I don't know, because we both kind of do creative work, but they're very different kind of creative work. And it was really hard to explain to some former colleagues that I worked with who weren't game devs themselves. Like they were in executive positions, but they didn't do game dev and they didn't do anything creative like that. They were more business oriented. That you can't just turn on game design mode and, oh yeah, here's a new system I just made. It's like some days you're creatively destroyed. And no matter how much you stare at the screen, you're not gonna make anything of value. Need to find a new podcast because I'm almost out of episodes of the one I've been listening to. What have you been listening to? What kind of podcast do you like? Where should we place barrel cacti? I feel like just like close by to some of the other cacti. If you can find them near the tall ones. I forget the name of these ones. Okay, I bet Artes, I know these, yeah. And it's like, sometimes they'll come in, they'll see me playing a game, and it's like, why are you playing a game? Why aren't you working? And it's like, because I can't produce anything of value. At the very least, I can play some new game and learn some new system, and it might inspire me, right? But, sorry, it's like, sometimes I just can't work on your document right now. Okay, we have 11 of these placed. Oh my god, Casper. An essaying over here. If you are not actively thinking on solution or design, that doesn't mean you are not solving it. You are doing it passively, aka in background. Yeah. That is why if you have a big problem in life or decision, sleep with it, your brain will handle it in background. Secondly, if you're working creatively, you may stuck on some idea like loop around idea of space pandas and can't come up with anything new. Playing game, Rubik's Cube, walk or something will cause you to reset thought. Yeah, 100% agree. And it's really hard to explain this to people who aren't in creative fields. You know, it's why like the time of like some parts of game development are easy to predict and some aren't, and I don't think game design is. Not sure if the last part is safe on Twitch or YouTube, though it is uploaded on YouTube with the full title. I mean, for some reason, I say a lot of bad stuff on stream, and so far YouTube doesn't seem to demonetize. I mean, I'm not monetizing on YouTube anyway, so whatever. Programming and game design are worst. Yeah. There's a lot of unknowns in both of these. And I can't really speak to programming, of course, though I do try to do some things with programming, and I just get stuck. I'm just useless. I want to fill in this corner. There's like nothing here. It's really bland. Want some rocks or something. Dead brush. Mouse, stop it. My dad wrote a porno. What? See, I'm thankfully that you said I've been listening to, and then you capitalize it, because now I know it's the title of a podcast. If you had just said, my dad wrote a porno, I would have had a very different thought. And game dev programming is mostly do stuff you've never done before in that way, and nobody will share any info how to solve it, as every game dev programmer I've signed NDA. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the reasons I love game dev, right? It's just like, even if you're solving a similar problem in a new game, you still are probably going to have some new type of solution. And I really love it. But at the same time, it's very difficult sometimes. Basically, some guy got some interesting inheritance from his dad and is making his friend listen to his reading of it. Oh my god. Is it? I imagine it's pretty funny, right? But is it like is it like heterosexual? Because I imagine if it's funny, and if it's, I don't know why, but women seem to love gay men, and my fiance is no different. So if it's like funny and has gay men, I guarantee I will have to recommend this to her. Let's see. You know, I didn't really want to place more rocks, but I kind of did place more rocks. One of the friends who was listening is gay. It sounds like a pretty funny podcast idea. Actually, yeah, that looks pretty good. Oh, that looks... pretty sure that wouldn't grow on that much of an angle. Okay, we'll get rid of that one. It's hilarious, not something to listen to driving though. It has apparently caused accidents. Also, what? What the hell? Why? They're laughing so hard? Oh my god. I might have to recommend it to my fiance. She might like that. So kicked out of public places. That's funny. My little desert region. A little bit of aridness. Although it's very obviously not in Mexico. Let me fix this up a second. We'll put a post-processing volume on here. That look like that. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, perfect. Now we know we're in Mexico. Because we have a horrid, like, greenish, yellowish tint on everything. I'm really bad at post-processing stuff, but there we go. Now we're in Mexico. That's all we know. So bad. Okay, found good clip about time estimation problem. Good case study by X-Follow director, I think. Added to React content. How long is this? Oh, it's 13 minutes? We will do it at the end of the stream today, maybe. Interesting part is first four minutes. Okay, we can do first 4 minutes. All right, let me do it then.
Hi everyone, it's me,
Hi.
Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today I want to talk about something that, for a lack of a better phrase, I'm going to call game development caution. Before I start, I'm going to tell you 3 different stories. They're a little different, but then I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. Back when we made Fallout, towards the end, when we were really trying to get it out, we had 2 whiteboards. One whiteboard had a list of features or content that weren't done yet that really needed to get in. And the other whiteboard had
Okay.
a list of what the 10 most egregious bugs were. And next to each
boy.
person, next to each one of these on these 2 different whiteboards, were listed the person who was assigned to it. We did it in a whiteboard like this so that people could come in the morning and look at it, because this predated Jira or Confluence or anything like that.
No, I think that's
they
a good
come
idea,
in, look
yeah.
at the whiteboard, and go, "Oh, I see something I need to jump on."
I'll say this though. If you're working in the same office, I think it's still a good idea to use a whiteboard. I'm sorry, but getting people to look at Jira, I feel like is a billion times harder than getting them to look at a whiteboard that's in the room. And so, I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I still think a whiteboard is a good idea.
On. Worked fine. I don't think I heard any complaint about it.
Well, you like it?
People liked getting stuff off of that. If they saw something,
That's
else,
true.
I'm on that today. Tried doing the exact same thing 10 years later at Carbine. Overwhelmingly, people said, "No, do not do that. I will quit if you do that.
Why?
If I see my name on that whiteboard, I will quit." And I said, "Well, what if we don't put people's names next to it?" "I'll still quit. People will know it's me."
Why? That's such a toxic place to work. Like, why? Are they scared or something? Like, okay, that's a culture issue. That is a massive culture issue. You have either hired the wrong people, or there's something that they're scared of, and I don't know what it is. But if they're scared of being judged, then that almost is either a personal problem, an executive problem, or both. Because if you have like a culture in your work, you need to lead by example. And that sounds like there's somebody who isn't leading by example, is what it sounds like. Like, it's okay to be a bit worried or be a bit embarrassed that, maybe you caused a big bug. It happens, right? Everybody, I've caused big bugs before. But if you're not fostering the right work culture, then you're gonna have this. You don't want to judge people on work, just their work. Yeah. Yeah. Like, everybody produces shit, everybody's got an asshole. And you know what? Sometimes sometimes that shit that you're produced doesn't go in the toilet, it goes into your work, and it happens.
Story 2. When we were making the Outer Worlds, I wanted to put in...
By the way, I like Outer Worlds. I know it's not a perfect game. I look forward to the sequel, because I like the idea of this condensed, narrative-driven RPG. Condensed, right? It was like 30, 40 hours long. It had some really good elements to it, but it did fumble in areas. Still like the game. And you should look at judgment of your work as chance to improve. I would say yes, but it requires you to not have or to control your ego. You can't say you don't have an ego, but it does require you to control your ego in a way that, and it requires you hire the right people that aren't going to be judging people on their individual. A lot of people that you hire, they might be really great, they might do great work, they might be efficient, but they might be a little bit too judgy of individuals. And in that case, everybody else is going to hate talking to them because they feel like they can't get constructive feedback, or they're going to be looked down upon based on their ideas or their solutions.
Probably end of year 2, so we're still a year away. The combat AI wasn't really in yet, so I asked for a very simple combat aggression code to be added.
Wait, hold on, what? They were how far into development?
We're still a year away. The combat AI wasn't really in yet, so I asked for...
They were a year away from release?
The combat end of year 2, so we're still a year away.
That sounds a little weird. I mean, because you build a lot of your levels based on enemy AI, how how NPCs move. Can they go up certain, does the nav mesh reach certain locations? Like, a lot of this takes place, or do they need to hide behind certain objects? So if the combat AI isn't in yet, then your level designers don't know how to build their levels properly, and so you end up with levels that might look good, but from a combat perspective, they are extremely boring or bland. I thought he said this was. I thought he said this was Outer Worlds.
Story 2. When we were making the Outer Worlds,
yeah, this is about Outer
I
Worlds.
wanted to put in... This is probably end of year 2, so we're still a year away. The combat AI wasn't really in yet, so I asked for a very simple combat aggression code to be added.
Okay.
It was...
Yeah, like
this is
like follow player, attack them, right? Like,
how
get
simple
line
it
of
was.
sight.
Every time an NPC got shot, they would see if that person was on the list of someone who'd shot them.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I see now.
If they weren't, they'd add them to the list, with the amount of damage they just took. If they were already on the list, they'd just add the amount of damage they took. Whenever they're deciding who to attack, they attack the person at the top of the list. That's it. That's all I wanted. Keep in mind,
Okay.
the advantage of that basic AI, you can make lots of changes later. You can make...
Yeah, actually, I do like that idea. I think that is really basic. But it works. I mean, I don't know how often the list is like scrubbed, but I mean, I imagine that he's saying super basic, just shoot the person who's done the most damage to that NPC. So if it's one of your companions, it's going to shoot your companions. If it's you, they're going to shoot you. Honestly, that is a really simple and workable combat AI. I actually wouldn't have thought about it that way, but that's a really good implementation.
Make them...
Or very simple,
that
prototype,
it has
right?
the one at the top of the list. If it's different than the person you're attacking, the damage has to exceed the damage of the person attacking you by a certain amount before your change targets.
Okay,
You
so it
can
is a bit
take
more complex.
distance into account. You can take whether
Oh,
you
no,
can
no.
reach them into
These were ideas of how to make it. Yeah, he's
account,
right.
whether you have a ranged weapon into account.
Yeah.
All that comes later. That's all I wanted. It got put into the programmer production query queue and came back with an estimate of 4 weeks. I pushed back saying the code I asked for was very simple. I've written it before. Would take about 45 minutes. It's basically there's already a callback when you get hit. That's
What the fuck? Yeah. Okay, I've had to do this before too, and a lot of it comes from production issues. Okay, there's one time I'm not going to say the title that I was working on, but a very important feature, like a core feature, got removed without my my blessing, right? And okay, I was pretty much the person you need to ask if something like this is going to happen. And I would have said, no, you cannot do that because it's going to make the game really, really bad. And it got removed anyway. And I didn't learn about it until after it was pretty much already done and being tested. And it only took about a week to remove. So I go back. I'm pretty fucking furious at this point because it was just done for no reason and it completely destroyed the gameplay. I go back to talk to the people that I need to, and I say, okay, we need to add this. We at least need to add this back. Can we add this back? No, it's going to take about 3 weeks. It's like, but it took you 1 week to remove it and put in a inferior system, and you're telling me to put the system back the way it was as 3 weeks? So I've been here.
when you look to put them on the list. And there's a callback. There's a call when you want to pick a target. That's when you look at the list and see which one you want to attack. That's it. The programmer who it got signed to came to me and said, I need 4 weeks. And I'm like, why? Walk me through what you're going to do. And he goes, you don't understand. And I was like, I've coded this 3 times. Walk me through it. And he wouldn't. He left. He left angry. Lead programmer came back, started yelling at me, saying, if he says he needs 4 weeks, he needs 4 weeks. And I'm like, then I will do it. I'll have it done before lunch. And he said, no, because then people will have to support your code. I'm like, well, let me I'm going to walk you through what I want. And you tell me why this takes 4 weeks. He looked at what I wrote, which was about 10 lines of pseudocode on a whiteboard. And he goes, I'll come back. He came back about an hour later and said, what about 2 weeks? And I said, do I have any options here? Fine. 2 weeks. Story 3. Leonard and I.
Oh my god. That just sounds so toxic. It sounds so bad. It sounds so fucking bad. At this, okay, I like this guy's perspective. I like his personality too. I think I would have just done it. I think I would have just coded it. I would have gone even higher. I would have said, look, this needs to happen. I did it. Here's it working in the build. I would, build it on a separate branch and then just, try to go to like the producer or something or the game lead. But yeah, there's something going on with that. There's something weird going on with that company's culture too. Game dev branches are not common. There's always been branches, and at least all the games I have worked on, there have always been tons of branches. Maybe it's just smaller teams or something. I don't know what the team size was for. Use P4 and P4 is bad with branches. You mean Perforce? I've only worked on one game with Perforce. And yeah, it did have some. Yeah, Perforce always has issues with branches. I've worked on one game with Subversion, which had its problems, but it was honestly Subversion was really just simple to use. But it was a very small team. It was like this was Darkest Dungeon, so this was half a dozen people full time, right? So it was easier to communicate, like, hey, I'm doing this, so nobody touched that for the moment. I don't know, yeah. That's pretty much the excuse for a lot of stuff in game dev, right? Who the fuck knows? Yeah, since kind of learning plastic, I switched to plastic as well. Plastic's pretty nice. Although I kind of wish that it hid my email from that, but whatever. It is good to know how to use these either way. If you're working solo, you can use smaller stuff though. You can even use, I would even recommend to some extent, if you are comfortable with Subversion or Git, to try those with solo game dev, just because you can self-host. Burnix, thank you for follow. Wait for it. Wait for a chat. Hello. Ah, I got it perfect. Plastic can be locally hosted for free, same as Git. Oh, Plastic can be locally hosted? Okay. Well, then you can do that too. Do that too. I mean, if you don't need cloud data. I love that. I just love that clip. It's so good. You can have local, yeah, anything with a local repo is really nice. And you can always host, like, I've hosted Subversion on a Raspberry Pi before, and that's really awesome. Because I think, what do I use? I've used SVN Windows too. Windows, idiot. Where is it? Visual SVN. I've used this before. This was really awesome. You could just run a local SVN server with as many repositories and branches as you want. Very, very nice. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, it's like I said, it was sounded like a production problem. But the problem is that speaks to a team that is not agile. And usually larger teams or teams with worse production are less agile, and being less agile can have massive implications to the way that you budget and budget both time and money, right? So your expectations for how long something will take can go up dramatically if you have a less agile approach. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. A good producer, I think, will try to keep the team as agile as possible to support, especially post-release. You want to make sure that you're agile because you want to respond to important bugs that occur, and player feedback. And if you look at Starfield, for instance, Starfield's patches are taking a massive amount of time for it, kind of a tiny amount of changes, and I'm not going to go on a big rant about Starfield right now. I think Starfield was probably one of Bethesda's least buggy games because they changed the way that they handle production and QA, the way that they are doing testing. They've said that publicly, and it's working, I think, for a lot of cases. But it also seems to be that they're not very agile, and they have a massive amount of internal testing that needs to be done to ensure that the game is stable, which is kind of a good thing, kind of a bad thing. On the other hand, you have Baldur's Gate 3 of Larian, who is putting out patches constantly for big changes. Unfortunately, though, a lot of those patches are breaking the game patch to patch, and the game in some ways isn't getting more stable from from the perspective of the player. Like, they're encountering different bugs now instead of the same bug, but they're still encountering the same number of issues with like story and companion and all that. So there's a middle ground between these two approaches, I think. Bethesda seems to be going the better safe than sorry because they have bad experiences or bad, player perception of their game quality. And Larian is just kind of going balls to the wall. Better to get the patch out now and fix bugs as they come in. But I think they're going to have a difficult time maintaining that long term, especially with console releases, because console certification is a lot more strict. You can put a patch out on Steam, and if it breaks the game, nobody gives a shit, except the players, right? But you can't put a patch out like that on consoles. They will not accept it. And it takes a lot more time to get that certification done. So you want to make sure that what you're giving them is the least likely to break the game, which is why you see with Baldur's Gate 3 a delay in console patches actually being released to the public. Okay, ranted. Is the last story of this pretty good, Casper? Because I kind of like these stories, but I'm curious where. You said there's 2 more, but there's, I don't know where. You don't think so? Okay. Those were good stories though, like that. We will like. I think they should go with DPP like in 7-8 games, or what Cheeks would love to do, as this decouple system enables to easy implement new system. What is DDP? If you want AI combat system to make it priority over other stuff, yeah. 4 weeks or even 2 weeks is a lot of time. Usually that means you have bad employee, not usually the case, or bad pipeline. I think it's just bad pipeline. It's really what it is. Oh, data-driven programming. Okay. Okay, it was weird. I think in a lot of cases it is bad pipeline from my perspective. It shows either you have no, I mean the 4 weeks instead of 1 day kind of thing, where he's right. If he could just have put it in 1 day, and they weren't even released yet, they weren't an early access title, they could have just put it in and given it to QA to start testing. But it seems to me that there was some hold up. They had either like planned out too much, which means that you have now become less agile because you're expecting that things will go perfectly fine sprint to sprint. If we're talking about what's the methodology that has sprints? Well, actually, both Kanban and what's the fucking title? What's the name of it? Kanban and what's it called? What's the other one? Scrum. Kanban and Scrum. They both have sprints, but I think Scrum is a bit more structured. Kanban is often a little bit more chaotic, but it's also, I believe, more agile, and it works really well in smaller teams. And what we're doing with Microraptor Games, or what we're going to do when we enter production, is implement Kanban with a zero bug policy, or that's what we're going to be trying. And I hope it works. I think it will work. Where we're going to be a bit more flexible, and we're going to ensure that the game that we're making is as minimally buggy, build to build as possible. Scrum is a super good system, but people don't understand why it is good. It is good. It is good when implemented well. Or you'll be like with one of the places I worked where they got rid of retrospectives. Ooh boy, did that cause some problems. And nobody wanted to admit it. Nobody wanted to admit that, but it was terrible. Retro what? Okay, actually, for people who don't know, so there's something that you do as part of this methodology called retrospectives, where every certain number, either like after every sprint, which I think is ideally, or after a certain period of time, you sit down with the team and you analyze what you did properly in the sprints in between the retrospectives, what you could have done better, and what you should, start doing or stop doing, things like that, right? Right now I'm working in real game dev, I don't have that shit. Oh boy, oh boy. And it's, it's a way to analyze your mistakes just as a team on the same level, right? You're all equal in this conversation. What do you think you need to do to change your process in little incremental ways to make it better, right? Rather than just working at like one quality level throughout the entire game, you can analyze what you're doing well as you progress, and you can make small incremental changes to make the production better. That's what should happen. So if you don't have that, you don't really have a system or a way for people to speak up and speak out about the problems they have, and you aren't giving the process the time that it needs. The retrospectives are a break in between sprints. So you have time to make some of these changes, or say, okay, we have an idea of how to fix it. So after the next sprint, we're going to implement these changes and, see how they do and analyze if they've helped things or if they've made things worse or not changed anything at all. If you get rid of that, you are removing a lot of the time that you need to grow and to change for the better. And instead you're compacting your development time. So you save development time, but ultimately it's just going to be hell. It's going to be chaos. Things are barely ever going to get better. And then by the time that the game is done, you have this massive laundry list of things that you need to analyze and say, okay, did we make a mistake? Where and when? You don't have any documentation for that. You don't have any history about it. So yeah, I worked at a company. We had retrospectives up until a point, and then we got rid of them to help save development time and ultimately money. And what that ended up with was just chaos. Changes being made. Nobody really knew what we were working on or why we were working on it. Nobody knew the time frame for things, and when we needed to make changes for the better, it was usually on the individuals to try and push for it in their own departments, or for the department leads to try and find time to do it, which usually ended up with departments overworking and crunching, which then leads to burnout, and burnout leads to poor performance, poor mental health, poor physical health. It snowballs. It all snowballs. Have retrospectives. Don't crunch. You'll end up loving your work. Okay, what was I doing? What the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, we were placing barrel cactuses. I think we actually did that already. Yeah. Yeah, we need to meet. I need to vent. Yeah, I get you. Forgive me if you address this topic. Have you spoken about music and audio when it comes to developing games? No, but I also don't know very much about that. If you have a question, just say it, and I'll tell you if I can answer it or if it's not in my wheelhouse. But I honestly think music and audio is probably one of my least known things about game dev. Do we have? Oh, we don't have a folder for it. Okay. Feral cactus. Fix up. Always fix up your redirectors, guys. Always fix them up. Oh, hold on. I was on the wrong scene, sorry about that. I made a folder and I fixed up redirectors. If you missed anything, that's all I did in that like 10 seconds. And then I hiccup too, and you guys probably saw me hiccup. I tried to keep it silent though. So yeah. Wait, there's something called a pain-causing volume. I love it. I love the idea of that. This volume causes pain. New folder. We'll do the... I don't know what this cactus is called. Guys, what is this cactus called? What do we want to call this cactus? Cactus species. What is this one? It's kind of like... I see pictures of them, but it doesn't say their names. It's really frustrating. I'm trying to find it. Like, okay, here, but then what are these called? Syria, okay. Oh, okay, hold on. Ah, oh. Foxtail cactus. They kind of look like foxtail. Oh, these are the ones with the fruits in them. Oh yeah, these are the ones you can take the fruits out of and eat. They have those like cool pink fruits, right? That apparently taste pretty sweet. I've always wanted to try one of those. Sage bud. Let's yeah, okay, foxtail cactus. All right, cool. We know the name. Foxtail cactus. I'll put cactus in there just so I know what it is. All right, blueprint class. Collectible ingredient. BP. Collectible. Ingredient, foxtail cactus. Ingredient mesh. Okay, perfect. What kind of questions did you have? Burn leaks. You gotta tell me if I'm pronouncing your name poorly. I probably am. Maybe we got somebody with sound design experience or audio experience in chat. Mesh, static mesh. All right, this is S plant. Okay, we can just drag it over, can't we? Yeah. We'll see how big this is. It's tiny. Oh, baby. Oh shit, where did I put it? Is that you? No, that's not you. Oh, I lost it. There you are. But is this one any bigger? I know they're both pretty small. Okay. Let's see. Scale this up. You really need to scale that up. Oops, not that way. Probably about there. Name is Brandon. Oh, I just stylized the spelling. Okay, Brandon. Okay, that's much better. I don't have any specific questions. I'm a musician looking to enter the game audio world, and I was just curious if you had experience, thoughts, or opinions on the process. Otherwise, I'm just curious on the game dev process as a whole and wanted to hang out. Well, you have come to the perfect place to hang out. Getting into game audio world. Let me think about that while I go to the bathroom, because I have been streaming for 6 hours and I have not gone once. So give me 1 second. You guys can admire the cactus while I'm gone. I'll even turn on immersion mode for you to admire it. Oh yeah, look at that. Best cactus. Let me turn that down though so that I don't get copyright struck. Alright, be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Apologizing for peeing, but that's how it is. Feels so much better though. Okay, Brandon. If that even is your real name, probably is. What kind of audio work do you want to do? Do you want to do sound effects? Do you want to create soundtracks? Do you want to, work on like voiceover recordings and mastering? Be a bit about yourself. You like long walks on the beach at night? Soundtrack, okay. Have you made stuff before, like for your own, or for like friends? Like, do you have a portfolio, essentially? Especially like an online portfolio, like a website that you can make through Wix or something. Or SoundCloud. I don't know. You probably have a SoundCloud. How big is this? That's pretty big. It's actually a lot bigger than I wanted it to be. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Large cactus, and we'll make some smaller ones. You've been doing. Duplicate. You guys actually hear me well when I'm like looking over here and speaking, or does it sound pretty quiet? Do I have to like go up to here and do some ASMR? Currently working on a portfolio. I have 20 years writing, recording experience. Jesus. Experience with a former band on a record label and selling music to publishers. Currently your name brand such music thing is catered to streamers. I write music on stream and release it. All is DMCA safe for streamers. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. So do you have like a pretty good following now, or do you have like a website or something that you release all this music on? Audio seems fine when you move. Awesome. Perfect. I tend to ramble and speak under my breath like a little child, so sometimes I grumble. Let's see, plant. Let's do 13 in there. It's good. Hmm. 20 years of writing and recording experience. Like, you seem to know what you're doing, and I don't mean that in like a I don't mean that to be like rude or anything, but it's like I'm trying to figure out how would somebody find you? Following is a strong word. I have a good group of supporters. My music is on all streaming services under your name. Oh, Brandon looks okay. I need a rebrand for that one. Yes, maybe something a little bit easier to say maybe. Spotify, Apple. Okay, that's really cool. YouTube channel where I'm slowly adding streaming videos. Okay. Like, you seem to have the material, and you're just kind of wondering, like, where do you go from material to getting noticed in offers? How do you bridge that connection? God, that's a really tough one, because there isn't an easy answer to that. A lot of it is networking. Kind of sucks. Like going to game dev events and industry events. Just meeting people. I mean, okay, it kind of sucks because there isn't an easy solution, but those are pretty fun events to go to. Alright, collectible ingredient barrel cap. That's not the one we want. Those are okay. We need the foxtail cap, which is hide meshes and foxtail. I'm gonna make a duplicate of this one though. Where do you live in the world, Brandon? Because I could at least maybe point you to some of the industry events in that area, or that would be easy to travel to. Especially if you're like in the US. You get plane tickets for cheap as shit, right? Well, I don't know about now, but usually they're not too bad. Okay, 112. Sure, I'm new, so I'm just seeing what people would prefer. I see WY's, yeah, that is used a lot when it comes to game audio. What curious to your approach if you had one. I know that and Fmod are probably the biggest. I've never used Fmod. From the US, 3 hours from Chicago and Cleveland. Are you like between Chicago and Cleveland? Because I'm from Wisconsin. I'm from southeast Wisconsin, so we're kind of neighbors. Although I'm living in Poland right now, so at one point in our lives we were very close neighbors. Probably gonna move back to the US though, at some point. Don't know when. Midwest brothers. Fuck yeah. I like the Midwest. I mean, look, I love my arid regions, cacti. I enjoy parts of Texas a lot. Arizona, New Mexico, they'd be pretty fun to live. But if I move back, I'm probably moving back to the Midwest. Especially to be closer to family, right? Okay, let me make the... what do I need here? Foxtail. Is there any way to change the icon for this? Oh, no. No. Sad. Ew, Joshua Trees. What are you talking about? Joshua Trees. Oh, yeah. I was like, what the fuck? Is this a random word hour or something? So you're from Chicago, Cleveland. When it comes to, are you adding audio to this game, or will that be outsourced? It will be outsourced. I can't create audio. I don't know yet what type of. I mean, we're a long way away. It would be vertical slice, so we're probably a year away from that. It's not gonna be soon. But it will be outsourced probably. The thing is, I don't think we wouldn't have full-time work for somebody to make a soundtrack. Obviously, like very few companies have full-time need for a composer, and we probably wouldn't need even full-time sound designer for placing and managing audio in the game. I haven't given it much thought yet. But if you're from Chicago, like if you're from Midwest, you could fly to San Francisco if you want to go to like GDC. Although I recommend against it. At least the last couple years have been pretty disappointing, and it isn't super great for networking. Gamescom in Germany, which I know is it's a journey and not a cheap one, but Gamescom is massive. Great place to meet developers. But it is more of a gaming / game dev event. So finding people to network with there can be a little tough. Joshua trees are these awful pointy succulents that are native to where I live and are protected. People come on buses to see the awful bastards. The hell? Really? What? Oh. Why do people visit those? I mean, they look kind of cool, but why would I, like, be a tourist just to see this one tree? Weird. Alright, foliage, foxtail, cactus. Let's place it in and start placing some of these. It's you. Okay, where do we want fox? Okay, that's not it. Hold on. Just that. Okay, perfect. There we go. Because there's nothing else in the Mojave to see. Okay, Red Luminous, are you a fan of the movie Rango? Fair enough, I figured networking would be the bulk. Just trying to learn enough to be able to have an audio conversation when it comes to... Yeah, I really apologize. I'm really not a good person to talk about audio stuff. All I know is WWise and Fmod. Like, these, I think, are the industry standards that pretty much every single game uses. And if they don't, they use a proprietary solution. I know, a lot of the... This is probably just, I'm saying stuff you already know, but of course, like, audio doesn't compress well, so a lot of game devs, any logical game dev prefers audio formats that are well compressed. I think like OGG is a common one. Yeah, I really wish I knew more. I liked it. Fun fact though, some of the shots of Afghanistan and Iron Man were shot in the Mojave. Oh really? I didn't know that. I think Rango is probably, for me, one of the most underrated animated films ever. And also, speaking of animated films, the new Puss in Boots is really good. If anybody has not seen the new Puss in Boots, and you're kind of put off by the latest Shrek movies being kind of meh, watch Puss in Boots. That will single-handedly kind of revive that universe, in my opinion. All good, that's good to know. I've seen OGG but never had a reason to interact with it. I don't know too much about it other than the fact that I believe, and I could be wrong, it compresses well, and it is supported by a lot of platforms. It is really small, isn't it? Yeah, we're gonna try to hit up locations for these foxtails that are a little bit less common. We have some barrel cacti around here. How many? We have 9 in there. Let's try to get about 15. This doesn't need to be balanced well, right? This is just a prototype, so in fact, if it's a little unbalanced in favor of the player, it's going to be more helpful to sell the experience. Like normally when you build a game, right, where you have some sort of resource obtaining, you want the resource obtaining to be part of the challenge. So it takes more time, but when you're building a prototype or you're building something that you want players to quickly verify, you need to give them a bit of an edge so that they can quickly test things. Just a small tip. Okay, that looks good. And I think we have... How many more? It's getting pretty late. We can do this other flower, and then I'll run around. We'll see how it looks, because it's really cold out, guys. It is really cold outside right now. It is 6 degrees Fahrenheit outside, which is something in European Fahrenheit. Negative 14 Celsius. It is chilly. Okay, we have these plants. I don't know what they're called, if they're based on anything real. That part is always fascinating. I notice when the game walks up a step in difficulty. Difficulty balance is really difficult to achieve. Haha, funny. Difficulty balance is difficult to achieve. But I feel like it's underrated by a lot of developers. Getting that right feeling of progression and difficulty. It's really a question of like user experience and also engagement. So of course, you know, grind is meant to... Grind has positives, right? Grind is just really what people refer to as, or what players refer to as the gameplay loop. So the gameplay loop can be elongated artificially by gating progression, and one of those ways is to like you take a drop from an enemy that's 1 out of 10, you make it 1 out of 100. You've now gated progression, but at the same time, if the player earns XP from that, and they're expected to earn this item, now the amount of XP that the player is likely to obtain is going up compared to the progression that they make in the game world itself, because they want this one item. So even making small adjustments to like one enemy in like an MMO or something, or an RPG, can have pretty big influences on the rest of the game. And there are a lot of designers that just aren't, they don't think about that, or they don't consider it, or even players themselves, when suggesting changes, don't consider some of the ramifications of small changes to balance that progression. But of course, like I mentioned, it also goes towards engagement. So in one case, making that 1 out of 10 drop 1 out of 100 can engage players for longer if they want to obtain this item, and it makes that item more valuable because it is more rare. So obtaining a rare drop can give you a social, a boost to social status, especially for an MMO. But at the same time, if you gate it too much, you are turning off a lot of your player base from wanting to obtain it. So it's like, there's give and takes to all this stuff. I could go on a rant about difficulty design a lot, because I do a lot of balancing with system design, and I really enjoy balancing, but it's really difficult. It's really difficult, and you just kind of, you're looking at the spreadsheet of numbers, and you're like, for about 4 hours straight, that's all you're doing. And you're like, okay, yeah. And then you change like 2 numbers, and that was your 4 hours. But you know, those 2 numbers could influence so many things. They could take certain parts of the gameplay from, you know, a 4-hour expected average playthrough to 2 hours. In which case, you know, or they could, can make that area boring. It can have massive ramifications by changing that. Massive ones. Or they could, affect the in-game economy. And, if that's an MMO, you can have, affecting the in-game economy can be pretty controversial, especially for players. Because MMOs can't really remove progress, because progress in the game is consistent with, it's a live game, right? It's not just like an RPG, a single player RPG, where you can adjust the price of an item if it's being manipulated too much by the player base, and it doesn't really affect the experience to the same level. Whereas if you have a player-driven economy, you change the price of an expensive item, or you change its power, especially, now you've crashed the economy, right? What would be a good example? I mean, old school RuneScape is actually one of the best examples of a player-driven economy where small changes in balance and power can have a massive effect on, and the supply and demand of items can have a massive effect on the price. Like, for instance, here's the last year of prices for Ranar seeds, and you can see individual updates and how they've changed it, or if there are new uses. If there's a new quest that comes out that needs certain type of potion, well, now the ingredients to make the potion are going to go up, and so it's going to drive up volume, it's going to drive up price. Economies like that are crazy. What do we want this red flower? What is this red flower? Let's call it a flame grass, because that sounds so generic and lifeless. And I came up with it in 5 seconds. Collectible. BP. Collectible. Collectible ingredient? Flame grass. Yeah. Ingredient mesh. EP. Ingredient mesh. Name. Think of the original Diablo 2 release. An item became so wanted that trading used that item as its currency. This armor is worth 3s, rendering in-game gold pointless. Stuff like that is awesome. Yeah. I mean, I also really appreciate like what Path of Exile does, where it just got rid of currency. It got rid of gold, right? It got rid of gold as the go-to currency, and now the items themselves are the currency. So it's a bartering system. But the currency that people use are also items that have uses. I always thought that system was pretty cool, but you could see even... actually, Path of Exile is a really good example recently because they changed the drop rate of probably the biggest the biggest currency item, or the most commonly used currency item, which was Exalted Orbs. They changed the drop rate of Exalted Orbs to be more rare. Wait, what did they do? They changed... Yeah, I think they changed the drop rate of Exalted Orbs to be rare and Divine Orbs to be a bit more common. So now Divine Orbs are the new Exalted Orb. And overnight, because I was there, I had to completely liquidate my stash of currency because they changed this, and it's like, oh shit, now all these Exalted Orbs are gonna be like fucking useless or something. And I actually found a trading bot that had not been updated and was trading currency, so I used that to trade currency at a very unfair price for the market with that change. Oh, PWA, maybe finally change your negative review. I don't have a negative review on Steam for Path of Exile. Speaking of negative reviews. Since when do I have a negative review on Steam for PoE? What are you talking about? Let me find myself. Wait, really? Oh yeah. Okay, I know what this was. It's because they kept nerfing Necromancer. I think this was the biggest Necromancer nerf was this one, or one of the biggest. And I was really, really pissed off. And then they just kept nerfing Necro. Yeah, maybe I'll change that. I'll change that when they stop nerfing Necromancer, because they do it every single goddamn update. Okay, static mesh. Alright, what is the size on this? Tiny, it's a little baby. I don't know why this has collision, but it does. Yeah, I need to make sure to not give that collision when we implement it. Okay, let's make it a bit bigger then. I'm not gonna make it too much bigger. I do like it being a bit smaller. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Large flower. Why is this one so much bigger in comparison? Oh wait, this is because it's okay, I see why. Duplicate, duplicate. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Red Dead Redemption 2. You at least you guys have heard of it, right? I'm watching somebody play it for the first time on YouTube, and it just reminded me again of how game-changing that title is. Just how much of the action simulation genre is kind of underrepresented, and also just how much power it has to immerse the player in these worlds. Red Dead Redemption 2 is easily one of the best games of the last 10 years, and probably one of the best games of all time. I am not sponsored by Rockstar, by the way. Mesh 2, let's make Mesh 1. I don't know if you guys played Red Dead 2 or not. I know a lot of people missed it because it originally came out on consoles, right? And then they didn't have a console, they couldn't play it. But then by the time it came out on PC, there were other games that came out, so I do feel like a lot of people might have missed it, which is a real shame because it is it good? Oh my god. Bit too tall. Looks good. Okay, now let's set up the collectible version. Hide meshes. Flame grass 1. Flame grass 2. Okay, that should be good. That is not the right one. No collision, okay. Beautiful. Where do we want the flame grass to spawn? Maybe near the red flowers? Kind of want to keep it consistent, right? So that if the player gets a feeling as if they can find it. I want to do this for all ingredients, right? So if the player can get the feeling that they can find a certain ingredient in a specific location or because of specific conditions, it's going to be there. You know, it's always going to be in those conditions. That's my kind of goal with it. We do already have ones growing near these. Maybe we can do them nearby the, maybe those Joshua trees. Be kind of fun. We don't have too many of them. We have 9. I don't know how many of those trees we have. Actually, we can check. We have 12 of them. Can I just see them? I don't think so. Sadly. We can pull out our viewport though. Fly around with a bit more space. 12. We don't have to place them by all of them, but no, we're gonna place them by all of them. Okay. Who cares? Okay, I think that is pretty good. We still have one more plant, but let's at least check out what we've built so far with this desert. Because this is kind of the first area that we are finishing because it's small and we can test out this pipeline. Let's go jump over there. Yeah. I could just start over there, but I want to see it come into view, and I want to see if anything needs its cold distance modified. Stat FPS, okay, stat game. This one's gonna be big, but I'm very curious about the tick time. We do have a lot of blueprints ticking currently. And we're only gonna get more blueprints into the scene, so. It's not terrible. Keep in mind too that, you know, a lot of the blueprint logic takes place in the CPU, and my CPU in this computer is about as good as a modern i5, so I'm most likely going to be a CPU bound on this project. GPU is a RTX 4070, so I think we're okay there. Oh. Mine now. Ooh, the collision on these trees is really bad. I'm gonna have to fix that. Oh, it's so bad, in fact, that I can barely reach this. Okay. It is working though, at least. These are working too. Yeah, it's really bad on those trees. We gotta fix that. Well, I like this. I think one of the things we're gonna have to work really hard to do in both the, well, I guess in the prototype, vertical slice, the full game, is just give the player a way to log their discoveries and find, and you know, at some point they should have some information about where to find certain ingredients. Either once they've harvested enough, or once they've done something or unlocked something, who knows, but we need to give them a way to kind of like keep track of that. God, my mouse is terrible. I think my cliffs here look really bad. Maybe there's some way that I can augment that, but it is what it is. Yeah, this is working. We're getting stuff. Right now we don't have a purpose for it because it isn't actually giving us ingredients. We are gonna have to make new ingredients for these objects. Which, you know, the good thing is we have this system in place for it. In fact, I think that the collectible ingredient is already set up to do it. Yeah. Like the moment we have the ingredient in the data, and then we just fix up the actors here with the right F name, it'll work. It'll go right to the player's inventory. They'll be able to see it and use it in potions. So the system's there. We just need to create these new ingredients essentially. And get some icons for them, you know? Thank you, Crossroads, for that. Okay, let me look at the collision actually for this scene. Oh, it doesn't show collision of the foliage. Is there a way to show collision foliage? Foliage collision? Oh, I can show certain foliage types. Holy shit. I gotta remember that. Yeah, I don't see it. Don't see it. Alright, let me just adjust it manually then. Ugh. God, look at the collision on this. This is what I was trying to work against. Really bad. Holy shit. Let me try a simplified capsule. And I adjust the capsule size. Primitives, capsule. Here we go. Hold on, editor kind of froze. It apparently really didn't like me dragging that. It really didn't enjoy that. Okay, I will wait for you, Unreal. I'll wait. The hell? Tim Sweeney about Unreal Engine 6. Epic Games CEO has offered a small glimpse of the company's vision for Unreal Engine 6. Yeah, it hasn't even come out yet. Not in 2024, but it's coming. UE6 equals UE5 plus verse plus rough development parity into Fortnite and into standalone products plus metaverse economy. Oh boy. So Verse is their brand new programming language. Yeah, I don't know. Look at Metaverse. I need to reload Unreal. This is... Okay, there we go. Who here in chat has any positive feelings or emotions when they think about Metaverse? For me, there are few things as dystopian as imagining a metaverse. I have no good emotions, no good feelings. It just sounds absolutely terrible. Primitives, capsules. Let's adjust this manually. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it either. I'm wondering if it's meant to prey upon... Well, firstly, everything in this Everything that is being announced regarding the metaverse is to make money, right? It's all to make money. So for me, I almost feel like it's meant to prey on the ignorance of the average consumer regarding digital spaces like this. And preying upon that as a way to try and sell something that doesn't really have any major benefit. I don't see the benefit of it. Which I think is kind of one of the things that just weirds me out the most. What is rest offset? It doesn't make me understand it any better. I want to drag these, but I'm kind of worried it'll cause problems. I don't need it to be too accurate, but I would like it to be somewhat censored, you know? No offense, feels like it is for the Farmville crowd. I feel like my mom might look into it, you know? Yeah, I get what you mean. I look, okay, to be honest, I haven't looked into it enough to know what their big end game goals are. They just keep talking in these very broad points that, you know, from charismatic people, they speak in these broad points that make the layman just kind of, you know, clap like, oh my god, that sounds amazing. Everything connected, wonderful. I just don't know if the average consumer wants everything to be connected. I imagine they've done their research, they've done their marketing research to figure this shit out, but it just doesn't make sense. I don't really get it either. I don't want it. I'm not gonna interact with a fucking metaverse. I'm not going to wear a VR headset to do my work. It's uncomfortable. It takes me out of the reality of making fake realities, but it takes me out of the reality. It's uncomfortable. I don't have the space for it. I don't have the money for it. I don't really want to engage in it. Feels like a snake oil sales pitch. It does. It does. From people who own or manage noteworthy and financially successful products, who are charismatic or knowledgeable in their field enough to fool investors. And it feels weird that after the failure of previous metaverses that people are still, you know, some of these people are still banking on it. I feel like it's like 3D TVs. They had some novelty, and honestly, the most interesting thing to watch on a 3D TV for me were sports. And I'm not huge into sports, but it was pretty cool. But it's like nobody really wanted it because they didn't want to have to wear glasses and do a whole bunch of shit and pay a whole bunch of money. They just wanted to sit back and watch TV. I have neck issues that I don't need to add weights to my head. That too. I want to get rid of the collision on these. It says they have no collision prims. Do they not have collision? Do they have collision? It says it has collision. Could I just remove collision? It doesn't have collision. So the foliage system is adding collision, which I don't want. Flame grass. There's no collision. So where's the collision coming from? It's not from the interactive box. Novelty, exactly, yeah. It just... But you would not believe how much money people are putting into the metaverse. I mean, maybe you would. I don't know. But it is a shit, especially in game dev. There was a time where everything that was being announced as being metaverse compatible was just getting funding almost immediately. Turning on my watch. Yeah, what am I stepping up on? Because I don't see the... Hold on, let me check the interactable. Where is it? Alchemy core. Let me just search it. Not there. Where are you? Where do you inherit from? You inherit from you. What do you inherit from? You inherit from you. And you are my collision box, which custom collision. No, it ignores everything. It just blocks visibility trace. What am I stepping up on? When a new platform or network is introduced, I like to join immediately and claim a name. I think someone will pay me for like Mastodon. It's like NFL Cowboys just for laughs. Nice. Or try to get like God is a popular one. Or just common names. It is kind of worth it, isn't it? Caw. Okay, there is some... I can see wireframe somehow. I forget which button it is. Is it F1? Okay, but these don't have collision. I don't get it. It's not the simple collision. There's an entire episode of a TV show about a person owning Cowboys.com, and he made a ton selling it to the team. Well, there are like people who buy the, you know, like Fallout 8.com, Elder Scrolls 8, you know. Some of those are available, but I think a lot of people just buy them up. They're kind of losing money though, because by the time Fallout 8 comes out, they're going to be like dead. There's going to be a different way to manage domains or something at that point. Mesh. What is giving these collision? Is it because of this? Is it because the collision preset is being overridden from here? It might be. I can test it. Foliage, barrel cactus, large cactus. Oh yeah, I saw someone bought Pokemon, every color they could think of .com. Holy shit. Okay, that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny, actually. Pokemon Chartreuse. Mac and cheese. That's a North American thing, because we have a Crayola color called mac and cheese. Which is pretty funny. What a color. Man, I miss crayons. Okay, if there's one thing I miss a lot from being a kid, it's crayons. I also miss mac and cheese, because it's really hard to get mac and cheese in Poland. And also, a lot of people in Poland don't understand mac and cheese, and I don't get why they don't understand it. At the base, it's cream and pasta. It's not very much different than any Italian dish. Just stopping you from crayons. You're right. What is stopping me from using crayons? What is stopping me? I make video games for a living. I'm already refusing to grow up. I want the small ones to not have collision, and I want the collision when the player collects them to go away. Collision. Set collision enable. New type, no collision. Physics only. I'm curious if this will work. Walk into any establishment with a 120 pack of crayons, people will respect you. Like, damn. You can make some pretty amazing art with crayons. I remember melting them down and like making art with melted crayons. Did you guys do that? Melted crayon art. Am I the only one that did like melted crayon art as a kid? Pretty cool. Crayons are pretty. Regional food is interesting. I watched some YouTube stuff where they try different foods and it's amazing. But I understand being put off by a new idea. I agree. For me though, with how popular Italian cuisine is worldwide and in Poland itself, and pretty much all of Europe, the idea of mixing pasta with a cream-based sauce, which is what mac and cheese is at its base, right? I don't get why they're put off by that, but not any other Italian dish. Like, well, it's just mac and cheese. No, that's just the base. You can put other things in the mac and cheese, like vegetables, like meat. It's actually very similar to pretty much any pasta dish with a cream-based sauce. We put crayon shavings between wax paper and melt them. Yeah, I did that too. Fuck, you're unlocking memories. Large cactus. What should I change? Collision pre-stretch. Block all dynamic. We could ignore pawns. We could just let the player walk through these. What is best Polish food you've discovered? The only one I can think of are pierogi. Also, you know what? Thank you for spelling pierogi correctly, number one, and using the correct plural word for it. You're already like anybody from Poland. If you correctly spell and use the correct Polish version of pierogi, you are like, okay, yeah, you're welcome into Poland. I would say that I really love bigos, which is the hunter stew. I like wazonki, which is like cabbage and meat and some pasta. Oh god, what are the cabbage rolls? They're deep fried cabbage rolls. Głąbki. Głąbki, I really enjoy. I didn't like cabbage until I came to Poland. Because mostly if you in like the Midwest, you think cabbage, people think sauerkraut, I think in a lot of cases. And I'm not a huge fan of sauerkraut. Of like the really sour sauerkraut. But Polish dishes utilize a lot of cabbage in much, I think, more acceptable way. If I could put it that way. Oh, there's also, I think, jurek, which is a like sour rye soup. Super tasty. Very loud. And speaking of sound, this video is mixed pretty poorly. Collision enable. I think I just want to change the collision preset. We set visibility. Is there any way to set visibility and change the collision? No, probably not. Well, okay, actually, no, we could. We can make it a macro. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a macro. I have a macro that I could work it on. Let's see. Where is my macro library? Ah, here it is. Let's do set object visibility and collision. Probably set component. Kind of long, but it'll work. And we'll do B is visible. And we need a scene component. Input. Static mesh component. They just do any component. What about scene component? We'll do select. Visibility, set visibility. Yeah, if you're like a big meat and stew fan, check out Bigos. One of my favorites. New visibility is true. I'm gonna rename that to should be visible. B should be visible. And then we will set the collision. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't do it this way. Okay, let me change it to mesh. Let me do a static mesh reference. Static mesh component. And then this way we can set the collision preset or profile. Set collision profile name. No. What do we want to do with it? It's the collision preset. Collision enabled query and physics. Okay, well, you know what? We'll do it this way. Set collision enabled. Select. should be visible. False, no collision, true, collision enabled. Okay, macro library up. Hopefully that works. And this is called set mesh visibility and collision, and we're just going to do that. Set mesh collision visibility. Component should be visible, and that should cover both problems that I had. And this is for the barrel cactus, so we'll test it first in the barrel cactus. Okay, so yeah, we have collision. I harvest it, collision gone. Perfect. The little ones still have collision, but we can remove the little ones separately. It's going to be a little annoying. I basically just have to go custom, no collision. You know, actually I can do it. No, I can't do it default. Not unless we add a main mesh and like a sub mesh to the ingredient mesh parent class. We could do it. We could do it. We would just have to manually adjust each of the... We'll do it. It'll make my life easier, making the future ones. We'll call this like main mesh. Sub mesh. Okay, submesh needs to have no collision. And the main mesh can stay here for the moment. The problem is we have to update now all of the ingredient meshes, which isn't that many. Okay. Open. Muted myself to sneeze. Hopefully I made it. Yeah, see now what we have to do is we have to delete the main and sub meshes from these now. Oh no, I can't. And I copy the details. How can I do this? Copy transform, paste transform. Yeah, we have to bite the bullet. We just gotta do it properly. It kind of sucks, but kind of the best way to handle this issue. And actually in the main ingredient mesh, I can set up the events already with get main mesh. Yeah, visibility and collision. This will make creating new ones much easier for me. I have to do a lot less manual work. But it just means that we need to fix up the current ones we have. It should work. We should have the parent interfaces in there. Is that parent? I mean, it should work. Okay. Submesh. Duplicate. Paste. Copy. Duplicate. Paste. And then we just need to bring in that plant. Basically, we need to do this for each one, which means I might save some of this for tomorrow. If there's just a lot of manual labor, I might just get going home for today. I'm gonna test if it works though. Yeah, small ones should have no... Thank you for the love, said Unicorn Kitty. Why are you buzzing? What do you want? Don't you... God damn. Tell me to fucking move again. Stop. I will move. I will go home. Is this what you want, Watch? You want to increase my heart rate? Because this is how you do it. You're supposed to be helping me. Why is there still collision on that? I think because we only fixed one of the... I think there were two presets on the fire... Whatever the fuck, the red things, right? We did fix it, didn't we? Red Desert Flower 1 and 2. Where do we have Red Desert Flower 2? What does that one look like? Okay, actually none of those are the proper one. That's not it. Is it actually using the right thing? Foliage, red desert flower, collectible ingredient. Yeah, it has it in there. Maybe it just wasn't randomly chosen very often. The hell? Like we're looking for the one that looks like this. So it's kind of like a triangle. But none of the ones that I see are actually triangle. Hide all foliage types. Show red desert flower. That's not it. That's not it. No. I'm really wondering if my randomized system was actually working at that time. Or did we place all these before giving it a second random variant? Man, I'm going crazy. Also showing some of these other ones for some reason. I must be going crazy. I don't know what the hell. Well, now I'm like second guessing. Are the other ones showing other variants too? Okay, this is the variant with only the 2. No, see, because that's the variant with the 2 and the 1. I guess it just didn't spawn the other variant. Which technically can happen, it just would be very weird for it not to. I don't know, man. Something weird happened with it. Okay, then let me fix the other one and we'll see if it works then. That's not you. Yeah. Delete that. Large flower. Copy categories. Delete large flower. Main mesh. Paste. Plant 05. Copy properties. Paste properties. Duplicate. Duplicate. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Then we can delete. Delete. Plant 05. These should have no collision. This should have collision until it doesn't, if the parent blueprint is working correctly. That is not where I want to play from. Whoa! What? Well, let me put all the foliage back on. Something weird happened. Okay. Collect. The parent function did not work correctly. I don't know why. I don't know why. Yeah, it doesn't have the... It doesn't have the parent stuff in here. Why? It's really weird. This was looking good so far. Thank you. I'm afraid I might have just kind of screwed up my... my blueprints here. The submesh and main mesh idea would work really well. No, that's still worth keeping, but we might still just need to set up these manually each time and not try to skirt it. Really need to go though. I'm dead. An 8-hour stream. Okay, get rid of this on the parent. Don't crash. It was close. That's the new blueprint. We don't need that. The ones we've changed so far are the barrel, cactus, and let me close everything else. Everything else. Close tabs to the right. Before we go any further and screw anything else up. Surprised you're still streaming. It's 9 a.m. where I am. Yeah, I started at like 9:30, and it's 5 p.m. now, so it's like... I don't mind working, a full 8-hour day, but streaming for 8 hours... It gets pretty tough. I was trying to explain that to my dad, right? It's like, it's not the work that's the problem. It's you're also having to entertain, which just adds like another layer of thought on it. And I tend to take fewer breaks if I'm streaming, which is good for my discipline. It's really good for discipline. It's not so great for energy. I love what I'm doing here, but it is a little... it gets tough for this long. I don't mind going into tomorrow having to do some manual work on these blueprints. You just don't want to have something broken. So I'm going to keep the sub and main mesh idea because that works, but I'm not going to put it into the parent because for some reason the blueprint interface calls and the parent aren't working. You have to dance for the community thankfully you guys have made this stream really great. Unfortunately, and this is not, I'm not calling anyone out, I'm not complaining, but before you kind of make it big, right, you do have those gaps where nobody's talking to you because people have their own lives, and it's kind of tough to speak into the void knowing that you're going to be uploading these VODs, so if you don't speak at all, it's not going to be interesting to watch the VOD for. But if you're speaking into the void and you have no one speaking back, it's almost like twice as draining because you're also like just getting depressed. Like, someone, please, just say something. Even if it's an insult, just say something to me. So whenever people actually just speak to me, it's really great. Okay. Hopefully that fixes the red flowers. We're gonna see. Okay. All right, perfect. Those aren't broken. Where's the barrel cactus? Where's a barrel? There you are. Okay, yep, you collision, and now you don't. Perfect. Okay, I can at least now go into tomorrow, fix up the rest of these, knowing that none of them are broken for now. Ew, look at that. Gross. Hey, do you guys want to draw a dick on the landscape back here? I'm gonna do it. Because none of the players are gonna see it. Let's make a sand dick. But if I'm gonna do sand, okay, we're gonna do it against dirt. We're gonna do dirt bottom, sand top. Well, I have a party game idea, but I'm having a hard time adding fun part to the game. Ooh, that is a very good game design question. While we draw a dick on the... Yeah, I can help. Do you think you could give me some tips if I tell you the idea? 100%. 100%. I specialize in fun. Doesn't always work out well, but... that is my job. It's pretty thick. I can make it less thick. Okay, perfect. And no. We can do better. Actually, won't Twitch ban me for drawing this? Wait, this isn't... I can't draw this. Actually, I could get banned for this. Hold on. This is not allowed, right? This is not artistic. So it's a game similar to Text or Die, which you can find or watch video on YouTube. It's going to be a 3 or 4 player multiplayer game. Text or Die. What is the premise of Text or Die? Isn't that the game that my ex played with me? when I left her on red. I was gonna draw genitals back here. You can always claim it was something else. Oh, wait. I'm drawing a cat. Okay, it's not what you think, it is a cat. It's on mobile platforms, which is Smash Hit made by Rollick. Make Blankety. It is a cat. What is the premise of it though? Add in some grass. Now what you think, chat? It is a cat. Okay? A really, really badly drawn cat. This is so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. We cannot talk about this. Nobody clip this, okay? How do I draw the legs though? Draw cobblestone legs. I can't see it when you do that Unreal. Okay, look, this is just... We're just gonna leave this behind. This is an unfortunate circumstance. Add whisker. Okay, but we have to move on. There is something demonic beyond these hills, and we don't talk about it. Okay, let me look at what text or die is. Text or die, and I'll help you out before we call it for today. Although if you have any questions after I give you some assistance, we do have a Discord. Typing game with a twist. The longest answer wins. Answer each question with the longest answer you can think of to build your tower and escape the rising waters. Okay. Trailer. Okay, so you'd have to write it with the letters that you have. Can you... Oh, okay, so you do it based on the prompt. And you just write longer letters. Okay, purple? Not... Oh yeah, because purple is in the rainbow. Well, technically purple is in the rainbow. I didn't really understand that one. Every color's in the rainbow, that's why it's a rainbow. Yeah, I'm thinking it changed towards a party game. I just can't add the twist or the fun. I mean, it is already kind of a party game though, isn't this? This is multiplayer. I will remember. You are right, Crossroads. I'll be like, yeah, okay, and so over here we have the desert, and it looks really good if you see it from this angle. From this angle. In mobile, it's single player, you're playing against bots. Oh, really? Really? That's weird. Because it seems like it would be a... Yeah, but it says, like, join a tournament. Is it really not multiplayer? I mean, I think you might be overthinking it, because if this game itself is fun, and, you know, I haven't played it, I may not be in its target audience, I might be, but if it is fun on its own, adding in, making it multiplayer probably isn't going to detract from that. If anything, it'll just make it more enjoyable. You know, maybe some things you could do to maybe add some longevity to it would be allowing, before every game, every player can write in a prompt that will be randomly chosen throughout the game. So that way everybody can write in something funny that gets chosen. And, you know, you can make it based off of your friend group, your family, like something like that, right? That's an idea. Each player has the ability to tilt another. You could do fun things like little power-ups to maybe briefly hide the player's keyboard, or I don't think you can. No, you could. You could draw over other apps. So, you know, you could try to find fun things of like hide the keyboard temporarily for like a couple seconds, or hide the prompt. Scramble what the player has already written, so they have to rewrite it. I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't overthink it at first. At least at first, right? But for sure, if you're letting people play it as a party game, then most likely people are going to play it in the same room. So they're going to be people that know each other. So giving them a way to customize the game in a way that feels familiar to them. Things like writing in their own prompts or doing something funny to their family members or friends. Those are the kind of things that elevate the party game into a party game, right? Make it fun rather than making it fun rather than competitive. Or you don't want people to be angry at the end of a game, a session, right? You get what I mean. It should be competitive, but not in a negative way. It's more of I lost that game. You know, good one. Let's play again. Something very quick and bite-sized, right? Quick and bite-sized. These games shouldn't last too long. I don't imagine that they last long in this game either, but like 5-10 minutes max. Bite-sized, easy to play, easy to understand. I once saw that at the end of the game, not the wisest wins, but the most tricky one wins. Yeah. It's like, because your goal is to make the longest word. You could make a game mode where it's not the longest word, but actually the shortest word you have to find. Maybe instead of a rising sea level, you have something coming in from the top, like a spiky trap from the top or something. I don't know. I think there are some ideas to make this more dynamic, different game modes and such. And if you have different game modes, you can then have a game mode which is like best 2 out of 3, right, or best 3 out of 5, and it mixes the different game modes into one, so you can have you don't have to let the players fret about variation in the game. They can just let the game be randomized and just let it continue and have fun. Because if they have to set up the game every time, it's going to be really annoying. But if it's just you're going to play 5 games and whoever wins the most out of those is the winner, right? Great ideas. I'll add to my GDD. Hey, thank you for the follow. Oh, wait for it.
Hello.
Oh, damn it. Damn it, I missed it. Damn it, I missed it. I can't see it, so I have to do it based off of sound. Damn it. Damn it. Thank you for the follow, though. If you want, you can join our Discord. And you can share like some of your stuff in like the dev chat or the dev forums, and you know, we can just give you some feedback. We can tell you what you think, or you can share a build if you want us to try it out. Nice. Thank you. Thank you for the follow too. I like the idea though. This would make a pretty fun party game. I'm surprised that it isn't already a party game. The moment you sent this to me, I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So there's multiple players. You join up with people around the world or something. Yeah, it's very missed opportunity, especially with 10 mil downloads. Jesus, you're onto something. I'm gonna be asking a bunch of questions over the course of months. Hope I want to know you. Absolutely not. Now, we love to answer questions, and we will have plenty of questions of our own regarding either Cauldron Chronicles or other titles we're making. So, always happy to help, because we need help too. Okay, so I think that the desert is looking good. We just need to fix up the blueprints tomorrow, and then we can move on to... We have a couple more foliage types to add to the desert, and then we can move on to the other parts of the game, like the forest, anything around the ruins, the cave. We need to get some cool stuff for the cave. Big tree, watchtower area, and the river. Yeah, it's looking good. We're making progress. And then once we have everything placed, we can move on to adding some life to the world, some events, maybe some puzzles or whatever. Oh, copy. You're just like, what was his name? Red Squirrel. Will anything attack in the game? Or Mr. Squirrel. Joined right at the end of last stream. Will anything attack in the game? Yes. We might. It's a grass... I'm not listening to you. Yes, but you fight with potions, you don't fight with weapons. So the potions you create will have, you know, effects, and some of those effects will be like damaging effects like poison or just some instant damage, or, you know, freezing, so like utility effects. And we're going to try to design enemies in a way that it's obvious some of the things that you can do to destroy them, right? So the potions you make can not only solve puzzles in the open world, they can fight against enemies, but then also, of course, you use them to satisfy NPC commissions. Place this nut in the glacier. Fuck, dude, Scratch is such a great character from our childhood. It was his name, right? Scratch? Was it? It was Scratch. I haven't seen Ice Agent forever. I think so, yeah. I like that potions keep you safe. Yeah, it's, you know, I wanted... It would be really easy for me to find, you know, sword and bow and arrow combat and add it to this game, but to me it would just feel... It wouldn't feel bad, but it would just kind of feel like a missed opportunity. It's so much more interesting, you know, because I was worrying like, okay, you have this game with an open world, you have potions, and you can use them for NPCs. And if that's it, that's really fucking boring. So why not have potions? Yes, that go boom. You know, potions that do things in the open world that you can drink to give yourself buffs, or you can throw at enemies or animals. Just everything you would do revolves around potions. Maybe you can use potions that go boom to fish. Why not? That's fun. I hope so. That's... Man, you know, I say that a lot, and it's not because I'm not like a pessimistic person, but I'm skeptical. I always just... I never want to buy into my own ideas to the point that I'm blind of their negative qualities. Which is, I think, what some of my previous bosses have interpreted as pessimism. But it's really like, we'll see. Just toss potions on enemies, then you can run, throw a freeze potion at big scary enemy to run. Yep, I mean, that'll be a valid strategy. But of course, the enemies, if you can destroy them, they do drop useful ingredients. Potions that attract fish, then throw in a potion that works like glue. Oh my god. Glue in water? Why is that so dark? Did you guys see what I did the other day? I think I did it yesterday. I made it so that the lanterns turn off during daytime and then on during nighttime. Which looks kind of nice. Unfortunately, because the day-night cycle is changing so quickly, the global illumination doesn't have very much time to catch up, so it can kind of get a little... you can get some weird artifacts when it goes from daytime to nighttime. We need more like magical things too in this world. Potions are magical in a fantasy realm. Why aren't there ingredients that don't lose properties? What do you mean? Oh, that don't lose properties in water? Yeah, that's a good point. We don't know yet. You know, part of the design for the ingredients is just going to be based on... I'm going to try to design it in a way that we implement things that need mechanics from potions. That way, when we add in potion mechanics, like potion effects, we're doing it on a basis of need rather than a basis of... rather than doing it the other way around where we add in effects that may not end up being useful. We're adding in effects that are guaranteed to be useful because we're doing them to solve problems that we've added. If that makes sense. That way, the potions that you make, the effects you come across will have uses. They will feel like they're meant to be in the world, as opposed to this is a fun effect, but there's no use for it. So like all the potions, all the effects you see right now in the game are placeholder and are just meant to serve the purpose of the mini game. But once we start to actually add things in, then we can do it. Is something magical realm, right? At least don't let your brain be small because our worlds limit those options. It's like, I want magic to almost be just a force. Like, we haven't really decided yet. We haven't really done any lore building for it. But I like the idea of a kind of a low fantasy world where magic is rare. Magic is not super understood yet. And so people still rely on traditional remedies and things like alchemy to solve problems that otherwise magic might be able to solve. I mean, some new plants may hold new magical effects. Yes. Yeah. So you aren't going to like see the effects of an ingredient when you come across it in the wilderness necessarily, or for the first time. You're going to have to try and discover the effects of that. The more care we give it, I think the better it will turn out. Oh, you like the desert? Let me pull it up. Cause you just came in, so let me full screen. I think it's kind of... I mean, it's small and it's really obviously blocked out, right? It's kind of silly looking, but I tried to add in a lot of a lot of plant life to it and create some interesting kind of ideas here with the different plants and some consistency with where you can find plants. So, you find this collectible ingredient, always buy these larger brandy things. Not on all of them, but consistently on all of them. Do you have more new areas? Last time the GPU was still crying about the water. Yeah, so I've replaced the GPU over the new year, and we've been adding in some stuff. I added this in today. I really like how I built this. Keep in mind, of course, all the assets you see were not made by me. I merely placed them and then adjusted the landscape. I'm not an artist. But I made this like little watchtower area. I think you saw me when I added in the ruined village kind of area. Added in a watchtower up here and... Oh, and I made a pathway that goes up. Will there be a list of new potions and stuff you find? What do you mean by that question? If you're asking if there would be like an encyclopedia of your discoveries, 1,000,000%. In fact, I think that will be one of the most important things that we add to the game. Problem solved. I guess and give some effort someday if you need a model. Like, I'm not great, but at least keep it open as an option. 100%. Because then you'll, anything you do, you can add to your portfolio and, you get add to the credits, right? Yes, that was my exact question. Info books are good? Yeah, they are. I feel like it really will be one of the most important pieces of user experience that we provide. Making sure that the player's discoveries are tracked, are organized, are easy to look up and find. Anyway, place looks great. Portfolio and credits is nice. Yeah. I don't get the whole idea of certain people being left out of credits, especially if their contributions are on the relatively speaking smaller side. Like, if they put something into the game, just add them to the credits. How hard is it to type a name? Most importantly, it's a fun challenge to help you. Yeah. It will be a fun challenge. This game is going to be... It's ambitious, but the scope is not something we haven't seen in other games. It's just ambitious for the team size right now. But if we can get funding... If we can get funding, which is, a Mount Everest of a challenge, but we can make it. It's not an impossible game to make. It's just a sizable game. It's not jousting with friends or something. It's just what is it? Penis jousting, whatever the fuck they name that game. So if I can give a tiny push by making a simple model, I will. 100%. I don't think we need too much right now for prototype period, but when we move from prototype to vertical slice, I'm going to want all custom assets. Nothing placeholder at the end of vertical slice. And right now, everything is placeholder. But it's setting the stage, setting the limits. We take that, we translate that into our GDD and into the pitch. And then we use all of that and this prototype as a reference to build the proper world with, producer on board, level designers, level artists, or sound designer, composer. We just need the vertical slice. We need one, examples of everything in the game with release quality. Something that we could release as a demo. Oh boy. Okay, guys, it is... I really apologize. I love having you guys on here and talking to you, but I'm really tired. It's been 8 hours, 20-minute stream, and I need to get going home. Oh, by the way, I don't want you to pay for anything I do. It actually puts me in problems. To pay you? If I can pay you, I would, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Everybody's different with that. Have a good rest. Thank you for the stream. Thank you. It was really nice. I thank you guys for following. Thank you for the subs today. It's been amazing. I love it. I love you guys. The amount of conversations we've had have been great. And if you're still lurking and you haven't figured out if you want to follow or subscribe to us yet, we're going to be on tomorrow at the same time. So, join us for that one and we'll do our best. Oh, like if you could donuts against my current jobs. Okay, we'll talk about it, man. We'll talk about it. All right, thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Try to stay warm. It is cold as hell here in Poland right now. It is very cold. So stay warm and see you guys tomorrow at the same time for the same thing. Take care, everybody. It's cold here as well. Stay warm. Stay warm. Love you guys. Oh, let me add some hearts. Okay, I can add love to the chat. I can add cat to the chat. Beautiful. See you guys. See ya, see ya, see ya.